You are now unmuted.
Yeah, hello everyone. Welcome to the second conference of the project Information Literacy and Democracy. It's 2 p.m. We start with the conference opening. And I see at the moment the number of participants is not that big, let's hope. And I think that some participants will still join us during the afternoon and tomorrow. Nevertheless, I guess we start with the conference and I welcome you very much. My name is Joachim Griesbaum. I'm one of the initiators of the project, which is part on which the conference is a part of.
Hello, my name is Daphne Cheta and I am responsible for organizing the conference.
Hello, my name is Thomas Mandl. Welcome all, and I'm also one of the co-organizers. We hope that you enjoy the conference.
There's another organizer, Professor Elke Montanari. Elke, are you there? Can you activate the camera? Okay, I guess she can activate or is able to activate the camera later on. With this opening session, we welcome you all to the conference and we want to give you or provide for you some context of the project and the conference. And for that purpose, we have prepared a presentation. The presentation shows, now Elke is, hello Elke. Okay, yeah, we expect some technical problems. The presentation shows what we have already done in the project, where we are at the current state and the goals we are striving for. Yeah, we already introduced ourselves, and one remark before we switch to the presentation. We have sent you a mail with access data. And yeah, one comment with regard to data protection. If you like, if you have the need, if you prefer, you can participate anonymously. We stream and we record the sessions, but you are only visible when you activate your camera like we have now, or when you are actively speaking. If you just participate or restrict your participation to the chat, then you will not be visible. This is just yeah, to provide you some information with regard to data protection. Also, remark with regard to the structure of the sessions. The presentations of the sessions have been pre-recorded and are available online. And this is something, I guess, special about the online format we have chosen. We have disadvantages. We cannot meet each other in person, but by providing the presentations beforehand, some people actually have already contributed some comments to some of the talks, and the talks will be available later on. And this is, I guess, one of the advantages or benefits of online space, and we will see how that works out. And now following is a video of 16 minutes length. The video provides, as said, an overview of the project and the conference. And after the video is finished, there is room for discussion. So Ms. Cheta will activate video, and we will deactivate the camera so that you can concentrate on the videos. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the conference on information literacy and democracy. In this talk, we want to provide you with some background information and give you an overview on the upcoming conference. My name is Joachim Griesbaum.
And I'm Daphne Cheta. So today we are going to talk about the idea and aim of the project, as well as about the current state of the project. Moreover, we will give you some information about the conference and the opportunities to participate.
So what is the conference all about? The conference is an important part of the project on information literacy and democracy. This is a project funded by the Ministry of Science and Culture of Lower Saxony in Germany within the program called Future Discourses. And the aim of the program is to foster, strengthen the connection between science, higher education, and society. And I guess information literacy is for itself and has always been a very important topic. And if you think back a few years when on the rise or during the election, before the election in the US in 2016, there was a big and still ongoing discussion on fake news. Think about problems and the topic of disinformation during the current pandemic. And in this way, or because of that, we think information literacy is more important than ever, and not only important for us as individual users or individual citizens, but also for the whole of society. And therefore, this connection made here between information literacy and democracy. And if we think about what information literacy is, we believe that a fitting approach is, if we take perspective, as argued from the UNESCO already a few years back, that information literacy is basically and foremost an individual competency to search, find, evaluate, and use information. And this is connected to one's professional work and has also a strong foundation for individual learning, but also it is very important for people to be able to participate and engage in societal activities. And there is a connection to the topic of democracy. And if we if you structure this thought, we can say, okay, our understanding is that information literacy is basically individual competency for academic work, lifelong learning, informational self-determination, and digital participation. And in this sense, it is also a prerequisite for informed and rational discourse on a macro level perspective seen from the whole society. Yeah? And on the right side of the slide, you see a part or translation of a part of the project proposal. We argue that democracy is based on discourse, and discourse is dependent on the willingness to get to know the perspective of others and the readiness to recognize these as possible points of view, openness for other perspectives, and for this kind of rational discourse, a well-founded knowledge base and constant and optimal access to relevant knowledge is a basic prerequisite. Yeah? And this is our perspective on this topic and the connection of literacy, information literacy, and democracy. And I think this is the basic thing we will elaborate on in the conference. Yeah, the aims of the project is to discuss this topic publicly, to create awareness on the topic, and to provide knowledge on the topic for a general audience, the citizens, so to speak, and also to identify possible solutions. I don't think we come to a state where we say, okay, this is the one big solution that solves everything, but I guess we need to think about what are possible areas that we need and can address if we think about to foster information literacy. And I guess we have a skill perspective or a skill side of things, knowledge, for example, and also motivational perspective with regard to both the capability to orient oneself in information spaces, the ability to conduct research, to evaluate information, and also with regard to epistemic beliefs and an openness for information and even media discipline. There's a need to be able and there's a need to be willing. That's skills and motivation perspective. And we also want to bring together different stakeholder groups, instructors, students, professional scientists, and of course, the citizens.
And on our project website, you can find all information regarding the conference and the project. And furthermore, I'd like to introduce you to the project team, which consists of Mr. Griesbaum, Mr. Mandel, Mrs. Montanari, and me. As you can see on the slide, the project or project events are divided into 3 main phases. And the project started at last conference in October, where we already had some very interesting talks and workshops on the topic of information literacy and democracy. And we also launched a call for position papers on the topic of information literacy, and the position papers deal with different views on information literacy from various perspectives. After the conference, we had an online discourse where we first provided material from the first conference, and we had some online discussions from the first conference and prepared on information literacy related topics. And now we are in phase 3, which is the online conference you are attending. And we are going to have some interesting talks and workshops from an international point of view.
Yeah, and here you see again, based on automatic translation, it's just for orientation purposes. The program of the first conference, we had talks about users' information behavior. We had talks that were focused on the question, what is all part of information literacy? And we had talks and workshops on the question how to promote information literacy, especially in education, just that you have some, to provide you some background.
So here are some expressions on our last year's conference. And some of the material we provided on our website and YouTube channel are recorded talks from last year's conference. And the talks of the online conference are also available here.
Yeah, basically we aim to make everything available online on the conference. And in the online discourse in phase 2 of the project between November and May, we had some interesting discussions on the website, mainly initiated in higher education or in a higher education setting here at the university. Students contributed and argued to the questions or topics mentioned here, again based on automatic translation, privacy tools, information evaluation, and tools and initiatives to handle information. Very interesting talks. We hope to continue and initiate such talks with and after the conference here too.
So during or after the online discussions, we provided 2 articles, one on information behavior in times of coronavirus and one on data privacy, data protection. And these articles are provided for citizens as well as interested parties and are partly summarizing the online discussions and dealing with current issues. The online conference is, of course, a bit different from what we had planned first, but due to the current situation, we changed the format into this online format. So that means we won't be able to come together physically, but this way also interested people from all over the world can join this conference. And of course, there were some technical and organizational challenges, but we take this as a chance to learn about new formats.
Yeah, and this is the program in the overview already yesterday on the 18th. We had a kind of German language-based pre-conference. Main focus was on information literacy education. And today and tomorrow we will have interesting talks provided by renowned international speakers. Ms. Eckerdal starts today, directly after this session, with views on and the shape of information literacy. Ms. Kalantzis and Mr. Cope talk about artificial intelligence and its application in information and media literacy education. And Ms. Jacobson and Mr. Mackey provide us with information on how to advance democratic dialogue by applying metaliteracy in teaching praxis. And tomorrow we continue with information literacy for a functioning democracy in the post-truth area. Ms. Kurbanoglu talks about this interesting topic. We continue with a report or workshop and a discussion on a transnational learning experience or experiment we conducted last winter term with students from India and Germany on information literacy. And Mr. Hebert and Mr. Vacevic will talk about media and information literacy as self-disruption on Saturday afternoon.
So you can find all information regarding the conference on the landing page of the conference. And you can also discuss in the comments. The specific information about the conference will be updated continuously, and you can also find information about the YouTube live stream there. The sessions will be streamed on YouTube with a slightly delay, and only those participants on the live sessions are visible who speak or have the camera switched on, and all the written contributions, for example, in the chat, are not shown, so there won't be any privacy issues. And the YouTube stream you can find, of course, on our YouTube channel or the information on our website.
Yeah, how can you participate? Of course, you see here, we named it lurking and learning, normal, passive or receptive behavior, participating in the sessions, listen to the talks, following presentations, videos, and discussions on the website.
And you can also take actively part in the conference, for example, in the live discussions or live sessions, where you can ask questions or comment on other contributions. And another option for taking part is to contribute or publish content on our website. Yeah. And there will also be the chance to participate after the conference. For example, you can suggest and moderate topics for online discussions.
Yeah, and we hope that this project and this conference is a kind of work in progress, and even afterwards, or if you have the need or the aim to provide or think about, I have content that could be really interesting or questions, post them to us. We are able to provide it or publish it on the web. And if you say, okay, I have interesting questions to discuss, and I even want to act as a moderator, such things are possible. We really aim to initiate kind of ongoing discourse here. So if you think about participating, then really we would be very glad if you would like to act and do it. Thank you.
You are now unmuted.
So this was an overview on the conference. Now we have some room for questions. Maybe what I think or what I learned on the first conference was also the thing that, yeah, information literacy is always an interesting topic. It's especially an interesting topic in pandemic times, in fake news eras, whatever. And it especially gets interesting if people are communicating or talking with each other, coming to developing kind of collaborative knowledge discussion when these people are coming from different backgrounds and different subjects or professions. And this was one of the aims of the first conference. And we had many scientists, we had a large fraction of librarians, and we had also a fraction of university, higher education people that are focused on teacher education. And we had also students and even citizens included. And I guess I would say the discourse was very interesting, and that would be my hope, or I guess our hope, to come to a kind of similar understanding or discourse. This time not only focused on a German audience, but on a wider audience. Any questions with regard to the content or the technical organization? it seems there are no questions. Then I guess we make a pause till 3 p.m. when we continue with a talk given by Professor Rivano Eckerdal on views on and the shape of information literacy. Maybe, Daphne, you can explain our concept of breakout rooms?
Yes, we are planning that during the breaks you can come together in the breakout rooms to connect. And we will have 2 rooms, one for networking and the other one for technical issues. So I will make these breakout rooms and you can join in one of them. And as you can see on the slide, I provided some recommendations for participating. We kindly ask you to keep your microphone muted to reduce disturbing noises and also keep your camera inactive. And please do not speak unless the moderator calls you up. We recommend using a headset. And in case you cannot hear anything or you have problems seeing us, please check your browser settings or leave the conference and join again. Rules for discussions or recommendations are that you use the public chat for comments or questions on the left. And if you want to comment or participate with audio, please just write a comment with question or comment so then we can call you up. I think I will now make the breakout rooms, and we will see us again at 3 p.m.
You are now unmuted.
Yeah, it's 3 p.m. Welcome to our first session. Today, the session on named called Views on and the Shape of Information Literacy. I'm very happy that Professor Rivano Eckerdal is here to talk about this topic. And I first would like to introduce her. Ms. Rivano Eckerdal, you could activate, or if you want, if you would like, you can activate your camera. I unlocked it already. Yeah, hello. Nice, very nice to see you. I want to introduce you shortly to the audience, and you are an associate professor at Lund University in Sweden. And I read Lund University is the oldest higher education institution in Sweden, dating back to the 15th century. Yeah, quite a thing. And you are head of the Center for, amongst others, Öresund Region Studies and a member of the research group Information Practices, Culture and Society. The focus of the group's work is on the question of how people deal with information. And especially your concern or your interest is on information behavior in relation to material and cultural conditions like digital media, digital publishing, archiving, information seeking, information literacy, and trustworthiness. And also one of the aims of the group is to contribute to more sophisticated discussion on the question how public libraries can or may fulfill their social role to contribute to society. And with regard to this, you recently published a paper titled Lund Critical Library Studies, a new research group. So there's activity happening. And you are also a teacher in teaching in the Archive, Library and Museum Studies Master Program at Lund University. And when I encountered your text written in 2000 or published on 2017 on libraries, democracy, information literacy, and citizenship, an agonistic reading of Central Library and Information Studies concepts in the Journal of Documentation, it immediately came to my mind to invite you to this conference, and I'm very happy that you're here. Maybe before we start, a few more words to your current work and on the curriculum vitae. Some projects, one of the projects you're focusing on is on young women's evaluation of information sources before choosing a contraceptive. I hope I pronounce it right. You bear with me. I'm a bad English speaker. Information literacy practices here, and also another project is on cultural policies at public libraries in Scania, and on encyclopedias, trustworthiness in digital media landscape. So I guess we see you're a very active author and editor. I found approximately around 40 publications on your homepage, and in the context of publishing your PhD thesis, you even got an award, an outstanding doctoral research award in the information science category provided by Emerald, when I remember it right. So we have some background here on the speaker, and I again welcome you very much. And I guess before we enter the discussion, we play now your presentation. And maybe for that purpose, we deactivate the camera in the meantime.
My name is Johanna Rivano Eckerdal, and I'm a docent and associate professor in information studies at the Department of Arts and Cultural Sciences at Lund University in Sweden.
You are now muted.
Thank you for the opportunity to present some thoughts about views on and the shaping of information literacy at this conference. This talk starts by presenting the importance evaluation has for how information literacy is viewed and practiced within educational settings. It moves on to present two understandings of democracy, the liberal and the radical one, with focus on the latter. How these different views implicate different understandings of information literacy is then presented. I argue that information literacy necessarily needs to be connected to understandings of democracy. This is an important and often overlooked issue for understanding if and then how information literacy within educational settings relate to information literacy outside educational settings. I argue that an understanding of these connections is important when designing teaching and learning activities that aim to strengthen information literacy for democratic purposes. I also argue that an agonistic understanding of information literacy is valuable for such endeavors. In 2006, James Elmborg wrote a paper in which he raised a number of important questions related to information literacy. He brings up the issue of evaluation and writes, "The goal of this exercise in definition has been to create a usable definition of literacy, one which looks at literacy in pluralistic, non-judgmental ways. Literacy has long involved value judgments, invested in part in differentiating who is literate from those who are illiterate." I agree with Elmborg in that there are problems whenever literacy, and in other situations, information literacy, are used to judge individuals as either being literate or not. Learning needs to be understood as relational and situated. This complexity is not addressed by those using the sharp delineation brought into attention by Elmborg, that someone either is literate or not. Elmborg also states that judgments often are made within schools in which certain literacies are favored. We can only become aware of the wide range of literacies that are available to people in their lives if we do not favor specific literacies. This understanding is important for both research and practice. What I don't agree with in this quote is the idea that there could be a non-judgmental version of information literacy. I argue that information literacy cannot be comprehended in a non-judgmental manner, and I will explain why. In order to properly understand information literacy, we must recognize that it is an evaluation about how someone acts and performs certain activities. What needs to be understood is that information literacy is a value-laden description, a judgment of practices in a specific situation in which several parties are involved, often with differing goals, but at least one of the parties have learning as one of the goals of the activity. Whenever information literacy is discussed, evaluation is always enacted. This is due to the fact that information literacy has no objective existence. It is not something existing out there, neither in people's minds nor in the interaction between people in different physical settings. Instead, information literacy relates to practices whenever learning of some kind takes place. Information literacy is always a way to describe certain aspects, enactments of that practice. It is normative, as the description is brought up in relation to a specific set of norms. And someone makes the description, which implies that it must always be made clear who that someone is. Within educational settings, the evaluations that we first and foremost talk about are the descriptions that necessarily includes judgments made by pedagogues, be it teachers or librarians in the case of information literacy. The norms guiding those evaluations are then often the learning outcomes in the curricula. But in settings other than educational ones, it is also important, or perhaps even more so, to state who is doing the evaluation and what norms are guiding it. This description is often missing. Before moving on, I just want to add another important thing. It is that the understanding of the purpose of an interaction is also important for the assessment of it. Since several parties are involved in an interaction, each of them with at least one, but more often various goals, which may be or not be in conflict with each other, it is very difficult, to say the least, to arrive at unambiguous assessments of specific interactions. To conclude, information literacy is always a value-laden description. Both the judge and the basis for making the judgment, including both the norms and the goal for the interaction, must therefore be identified and open to scrutiny. This talk has started by discussing the aspect of evaluation, and will now move on to an exploration of how the evaluation is related to views on democracy. Democracy is defined and practiced in various ways. The significance of information literacy and its democratic dimension vary depending on the understanding of democracy. In the following, the discussion will focus on the liberal and the radical understandings, with emphasis on the latter and more precisely on the theory of agonistics. This is my choice, standing as a feminist, holding a view on democracy and its institutions as important for providing equality for all. I will start by presenting some basic tenets of the theory of agonistics. Chantal Mouffe developed with Ernesto Laclau a theoretical approach to understand social movements not based on class. Mouffe has continued to elaborate her theory, labeling it the theory of agonistics or agonistic pluralism. Antagonism is a key concept in agonistic pluralism, and it's used to denote the central idea that, in Mouffe's words, negativity is constitutive and can never be overcome. The idea of antagonism also reveals the existence of conflicts for which there are no rational solution. Laclau and Mouffe combined antagonism with the Gramscian notion of hegemony. And Mouffe writes, to speak of hegemony means that every social order is a contingent articulation of power relations that lacks an ultimate rational ground. Society is always the product of a series of practices that attempt to create a certain order in a contingent context. These are the practices that we call hegemonic practices. Things could always be otherwise. The idea of antagonism has a strong impact on Mouffe's formulation of a view on radical democracy. As conflicts will always be part of society, there should be room for conflict within the democratic institutions. She writes, "What is important is that conflict does not take the form of an antagonism, struggle between enemies, but the form of an agonism, a struggle between adversaries. An adversary, in Mouffe's theory, is a legitimate enemy." And she writes, "The adversarial model has to be seen as constitutive of democracy because it allows democratic politics to transform antagonism into agonism. In other words, it helps us to envisage how the dimension of antagonism can be tamed thanks to the establishment of institutions and practices through which the potential antagonism can be played out in an agonistic way." So, institutions are important. At this point, it is worth noting that Mouffe discusses institutions in two senses. In the first sense, institutions form directly part of a representative democracy, that is, government and the elections of representatives from political parties. In the second sense, institutions within society are understood in a more general sense as indirectly being part of and crucial for the representative system. In this second sense, libraries can be included. Public libraries have in many ways already a prominent role of an institution in which democracy is practiced, a role that can be further enhanced. With this short introduction to some central ideas in the theory of agonistics, I will continue with a presentation of an argument for how the meaning of information literacy changes depending on understanding of democracy. As already mentioned, I will include the liberal and the radical understandings of democracy with focus on the latter. Two ideal types of information literacy are thus developed out of two different understandings of what is democracy and citizenship. In a liberal understanding of democracy and citizenship, citizens have a number of universal obligations and rights to be exercised. Being a citizen in this understanding means meeting obligations one has towards the state, such as paying taxes and participating in elections by casting a vote. As a citizen, you have the responsibility to make good rational choices to ensure that the state is reproduced. Citizens are consumers of the services that the state provides them with to ensure their good life. Within a liberal understanding of democracy and citizenship, information literacy is then viewed as an individual property of citizens. As an information literate citizen, you participate and engage in various activities to fulfill your obligations and to enjoy your rights as a citizen. This view on information literacy means that you keep yourself informed about your obligations as well as aware of your rights as a citizen. It is essential to adhere to the laws and, for example, by mastering information retrieval and evaluation of sources, to be well prepared for the choices to be made in different situations. The state provides citizens with training and education, such as searching for and evaluating information in a proper manner, to prepare them for the commitments they have. Liberal information literacy can therefore be said to constitute the basis for correct behavior, that which follows laws and regulations. Within the radical understanding of democracy and citizenship proposed here, groups and society are viewed as heterogeneous, a community characterized by diversity and difference, or as Chantal Mouffe has suggested, as a pluriverse. In a radical understanding of democracy and citizenship, citizens act for the common good, but are also aware of groups' heterogeneity. A person may belong to several groups with different identities. In any given group, there are consequently different types of imbalance between those who have and those who do not have access to various resources. Information literacy can then, in this understanding, be viewed as enacted in different practices related to information use, in which citizens engage in dialogue with each other and in relation to the information. In dialogues or debates, participants express different understandings of information depending on, among other things, the different identities affected by the information that are drawn upon in the dialogue. Citizens are involved in these practices and interact to manage each situation, which may be conflict-laden, depending on connections to their different identities. Previously, a reference was made to James Elmborg's paper, Critical Information Literacy, Implications for Institutional Practice. I agree with him on that there is a conflict inherent in information literacy as a critical project, and that it has to do with how democracy is defined. But I argue, contrary to Elmborg, that most of the time there is no definition of democracy at all. The concept is usually left undefined. Nevertheless, as I have shown, there are different takes on the meaning of democracy, and hence the consequences diverge whenever activities or institutions are referred to as democratic. If left undefined, there is a tendency to implicitly accept the liberal or even neoliberal view of democracy, given the neoliberal hegemony of Western societies today. We now turn to the important question of transfer, and the questions in focus here are: is the information literacy within educational settings related to information literacy outside educational settings? And can information literacy be taught for democratic purposes? If information literacy practices in schools should prepare young people for civic engagement according to a radical understanding of democracy, change is required. Based on my research, I suggest that it would be of importance to invite the use of a broad range of information sources, online and offline, with varying producers and aims, engaging the students in discussions about how to evaluate them. Libraries are spaces where dialogues or debates can unfold about different issues related to everyday life that involve people's different identities, or, put in the vocabulary of agonistics, dialogues that recognizes the radical negativity of our pluralistic society. In such conversations, librarians can promote critical scrutinizing of information sources that goes well beyond evaluation according to standardized lists, but involve how the information is produced, delivered, and consumed. Librarians that engage in their community already exist, inviting and supporting a radical use of their resources. With an agonistic approach, such dialogues could also be spaces attempting to produce counter-hegemonic alternatives. MOVE argues for a counter-hegemonic offensive against neoliberalism and for changing the democratic institutions from within. We are currently witnessing a number of changes in institutions from within, but coming from a very different direction than the ones suggested by MOVE. The result of political elections have led to extreme right populist parties gaining majority or holding the balance of power in a number of countries. Hungary, Poland, Brazil, just to name a few. After the Swedish general election in 2014, the local council in a small Swedish town of Ludvika, one of the representatives of the extreme right party Sverigedemokraterna, also held a leading position within Nordiska motståndsrörelsen, a neo-Nazi movement. This constitutes an example of a deeply anti-democratic worldview held by a representative within a democratic institution. At the end of the 2016 presidential campaign in the United States, the then Republican candidate Donald Trump made announcements that were very ambiguous about whether he would or not accept the election's result. In the present corona pandemic, a number of governments have issued state of emergencies, including curfew and other severe restrictions of people's freedom. The measures to stop a rapid spread of the virus are necessary, but the question has also been raised if this opens an opportunity for opponents of the democratic form of rule to take advantage of the pandemic and dismantle the democratic institutions from within. These are clear examples of how the rules of the democratic institutions are not clearly accepted by some of its representatives. This is in stark contrast to the agonistic view of democracy in which the democratic institutions are highly valued, stressing that a starting point is to recognize the legitimacy of one's adversary. We are therefore faced with a political situation in which people who strongly believe in democracy and its institutions as a way to promote inclusion of all need to make their voices heard. These examples show the need to form counter-hegemonies to defend the dimension of equality within the democratic institutions, an opposition against both the neoliberal hegemony and the strong counter-hegemonies from the extreme right that currently challenge democracy both from within and outside its institutions. Libraries and the work of librarians have a crucial role in offering spaces and interactions important for upholding a democratic society. At times when democracy, understood radically as the constant struggle for equality for as many as possible, is at risk, it is crucial to recognize this role, not least to be able to defend it. Thank you for your attention.
You are now unmuted.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess this is quite a lot of input and quite a few things to think about. To start the discussion, I will try to summarize or to provide a short summary. Ms. Rivano Eckerdal, maybe you can already activate your camera. Yeah, thank you. When I think about your presentation, I guess, or I understand some main points. And the first point is that you talked about information literacy and its connection to democracy. And you argue that we need to understand these connections in educational settings. Also, and the connections between what it means then for in relation to information literacy in educational settings and beyond educational settings. When we think about the question how to design information literacy education to foster democracy. So this is the first point that I noticed, that was my learning, this relation between information literacy and democracy. And then you argued information literacy is always a normative, value-laden concept, and that we need to be aware of that and discuss these things, these perspectives on information literacy. And then you say, when we do that, we need to differentiate, or we can, you said this is your decision, I guess, between a liberal and a so-called named radical view on democracy. And when I understood you right, you categorized liberal in a sense of neoliberal. In this perspective, the aim of information literacy is, okay, to make people competent to function in society. And you say this is not enough. You argue for a radical understanding that can be connected to an understanding that people know or notice or are convinced that they understand democracy as an environment in which an ongoing process of struggle for resources with regard to participation, welfare, other things is the norm, and that we need to preserve this rule. And therefore, you argue in information literacy education, we should aim the ability of people to conduct or to be an agonistic thinker. users need to be capable of really knowing their information environments, not only with regard to knowing what resources are out there and how they can use them, but also with regard of, I will say, processes of knowledge generation, that users should be aware of roles and goals of information providers. And your examples showed us that it is especially important that we see through the intents of actors with a rather undemocratic understanding and non-agonistic understanding of democracy. And as a result, information education needs to widen its scope. In 3 sentences, I would say I learned information literacy, and this is maybe point of discussion, is a normative and relational concept, and that you argue that everyone should be inclined to agonistic views of pluralism, and that libraries should play a role here. They should not only teach search techniques, but promote in their information literacy teaching agonistic views of pluralism and critical thinking. I often thought of this expression, critical thinking, but I guess you scarcely used this phrase. What do you say? Are these the main points, or do you say, yeah, Mr. Griesbaumer, but this is wrong, or what is your estimation?
To being that
okay, we have here a slight technical problem. It's difficult to understand you. There's always this pause. Maybe if you reconnect audio, then we try it again. Does not work. Maybe if you log in and log out again and just activate the audio channel. Else we just rely on text-based communication.
Does it?
No. Maybe if you just log out and log in again. We just wait. Yeah, thanks for the hint with regard to browser closing and restarting.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, much better.
Perhaps I should leave the camera off.
Maybe, but we can try it again. Sometimes I need to find you on the participants. Yeah, try it. I unlocked your camera.
And can you hear me?
Yes, it's much better.
Good. Those technical issues that are, of course, happening in this situation. Okay. So I just had a couple of comments on your summary. And the first one is about if I categorize liberal as neoliberal. And I just want to point out that it's this categorization is one made by also Chantal Mouffe. And I draw on her argument for this position, because she argues that there is this paradox within democracy between the aspect of equality and the aspect of freedom, and that they are very difficult to work to have a balance between them two. It is often that one is at the cost of the other, and and Mouffe argues
You are now muted.
presently we are experiencing in the Western societies and the Western democracy the neoliberal hegemony, meaning that reforms and structures favors freedom over equality. So in that sense, she then argues, and I agree with her, that we are presently understanding and living in a world that is very much characterized by neoliberalism. And the theory of agonistics from Chantal Mouffe is her attempt to solve this paradox, that how to be able to both favor equality and freedom. And then drawing to one of your sort of the 3 points you had then for my presentation, I am not saying that everyone should agree with me in this, but I argue that this agonistic perspective is valuable for understanding the connection between information literacy and democracy, and also that I think that there has been a lack of discussion about these connections, and I think it is very important for understanding how you can actually work with information literacy in a way to promote democracy.
You are now unmuted.
Thank you very much. I will, for the moment, not deepen this question, but let's have a look at the audience. There were some contributions already. One participant wrote that the aspect of antagonism and agonism is very interesting and important, and that she aims that her students learn to critically reflect these fields with regard to technical developments like security versus freedom or health versus privacy, to understand these concepts, to understand the how do we say in English, cleavages, I guess, or gaps or differences, to avoid the term agonisms. And she thanks you that the concept is much clearer now. And another participant has a question that he concludes. That he said, you conclude that libraries and work of librarians have a crucial role in offering spaces and interactions important for upholding a democratic society, and that when democracy is at risk, that then it is important to recognize this role and to defend it. And he asks what you think, or he poses the question, what can be done to defend this kind of role? Do you want to answer or to pose a statement here?
Could you just repeat the question, because I am not having the chat in front of me? What can be done?
Okay, I read it to you. I have a question to your conclusion. You concluded that libraries and work of librarians have a crucial role in offering spaces and interactions important for upholding a democratic society. And at times when democracy is at risk, it is crucial to recognize this role, or not least to be able to defend it. I was wondering if a democratic country comes to a point when the democracy is at risk, I guess, What can be done to defend this role?
Well, I think that speaking about librarians and libraries, that they do have a very important role. And then I think about both libraries within educational settings and public libraries open for all. In Sweden, we have a library law, and it argues or it states that the libraries should work for democracy. But we are having in different municipalities around in Sweden, we are presently witnessing how the ways that is performed is questioned, and that librarians and the staff and the library lead management have to argue for different activities that they are doing to be able to be a place where you can have access to both culture and knowledge and information. And so I think that just in many ways continuing doing what libraries have been doing for a long time, but also taking a very active role and engaging in dialogues with its users for understanding the various information sources and also the wider context around both information and culture, to understand what is shaping the information that you have access to, who have produced these information sources, and how is it delivered to me, and how is this infrastructure having an impact on what I can know and get to know, and from whom. So I guess that I would say that continuing doing the work that already is done, but doing it even more actively.
There's another question, I guess, directly connected to this one. Maybe it's the easiest way if I just read it for you or read it for you. I am wondering if it is really widely accepted that libraries are the space for promoting information literacy and to strengthen democracy. And do librarians accept this role? This is a double question, I guess.
Well, is it widely accepted? If we go to the rhetoric surrounding libraries, both, I talked about the Swedish library law. That law is very much influenced by international important policy documents like the UNESCO Library Manifesto, and also work done by IFLA, and they argue for libraries as important for information literacy. And in my experience, and also from research, this is something that librarians, they carry this rhetoric with them. It is for many librarians important to, in their work, in various ways, work for democracy. I also can see that when meeting students who are starting the program to become librarians or masters in library and information science, that many of them have this strong feeling of that libraries are important in society as being places where everyone is welcome, where you can access information that is important for you, both as a human being, but also to take active part in the society, and it is at no cost. for the individual. And that sort of the feeling of the important role that libraries play in society, and not least for democracy, is something that I would say is strongly felt by many librarians, and you can also find it in the rhetoric about and the policy documents about libraries. What is then a second question is how you define information literacy and democracy then, which I then think is often left undebated. It just is presented as this is something that we do, but you don't look close enough into what you actually do and what it is that you do, in what ways your actions actually provide the users with the tools they need to truly be empowering in their lives.
Okay, it seems that the audience, it's a bit sad that you don't see the public chat. There has been.
No, I tried to get to see it, but I can't get it up on my screen. I don't know why.
Ah, okay. Yeah. This is the technical literacy we also need, and I'm overburdened too. I have 4 screens in front of me, and yeah, I guess we need to be tolerant with everyone with regard to that. Okay, I'm the moderator. That's my role, I guess. Some participants remarked that this is a very interesting and important question, the role of libraries. And one participant asks again, what is your view on the library's role? Is this a rather neutral one? For me, this sounds more liberal. What is the radical role of the library for you?
Well, I would argue that when we talk about that libraries are important for democracy and that they need, it's often also followed by arguments for that you as a librarian need to have a neutral point of view in your professional practice, which is an important stance in order to make it possible for the users to form their own opinion. But one problem or one thing that we sort of keep to forget is that democracy is not neutral. Democracy is normative, and in order to, because back again to the Swedish library law, a librarian or the libraries, they shall promote democracy, which means that they must, I would say, act and do things that favor democracy. It is not a neutral thing, because it means that you must do things to favor people's possibilities to take active part of information to form their own opinion. Because Chantal Mouffe talks about the democratic paradox, and in her view then, the democratic paradox is between this imbalance between equality and freedom. But otherwise, within political science, when you talk about the democratic paradox, it is another issue which is important here, and that is that democracy needs to be open also to those that are opposing democracy. So you must be open to that someone will argue that they want to have another kind of form of rule than democracy. That is part of the public debate, that should be lawful and possible to have arguments about that. But in order to promote democracy, you must also argue that you find democracy valuable over non-democratic forms of rule. And in that way, and in that sense, it is not neutral to work in an institution with a goal to favor democracy or to promote democracy. And we are witnessing that kind of conflicts and clashes around libraries today, where there are arguments about different activities taking place that are not accepted by some, because they oppose that, for example, literature are being included in the collections that are not mainly, or that also from other languages than Swedish. And that is one thing then where you must argue that you cannot be neutral here, because to make everyone, to give everyone the opportunity to take part in the society, there need to be information in different languages, the languages that people speak in the municipality where you live, and also culture, that you can read literature and gain access to different kind of media in other languages than just Swedish, for example.
Okay, maybe, thank you. Maybe I come back to this point, but we have another very interesting question, I guess. One participant wrote, I have no doubt that librarians accept this as this radical role, I guess. He's referring to, oh, now it's out of my sight. I scroll back, sorry. But now the question, what about people who don't see libraries or even democracy? So if the algorithm is, okay, change the libraries, but what about people who do not see the libraries?
That is why it is so important with, I would say, with libraries within the educational institutions. And from very early up through all the stages, so that everyone during their years in school meet a library and get positive experiences from libraries. Because that, and that is also, I could say, that is how actually I started my interest in this, because I worked as a school librarian in an upper secondary school in Malmö. And we had different kind of activities for the pupils at that school, so that they should sort of progressively learn more and more in relation to information literacy. We had sort of a plan during the 3 years that they were at the school. And we worked, me and my colleague, very much with that. And I was very convinced of the importance of sort of providing these tools for the pupils so that they could have that with them in their future lives, and especially those that didn't go on to studies within higher education. But then my experience was that those students, they were often not interested at all in what we offered them. So I was so, I had so many questions about that. How can it be, if this is something that is so important for young people, and especially for those that do not meet libraries further on, why aren't they interested? How come they are not interested in this? It's so important for them. So that was what started sort of my interest in learning more about these connections, because I found that there was not much research about how the connection between having information literacy education is connected to your role as a citizen. I mean, this connection between information literacy and democracy. So it's a very difficult question, but it's a very important question. And I think it is one argument for, another argument, there are many, for the importance of school libraries.
Okay, I'm inclined to answer, but there are still questions here. I have a look at. One participant wrote that. That's really important. That I read, revealing our underlying values and assumptions is very important. One question I had. The majority of students in my department do not come from democratic countries. In particular, we have many students from China. From that point of view, I feel it is culturally insensitive to advocate for democracy as being the best way of doing things. But you can still challenge and stimulate people to think about and discuss the issues. And parentheses, some people might disagree about this question mark. I don't find it a straightforward issue. This might need to be thought about by librarians too, though. Or do you think they should always be explicitly framing information literacy in relation to democracy?
In regard to the users, you mean?
I guess with regard to these.
The person who wrote the question. No, it's my argument is not that you always have to sort of start that kind of discussion with every user. It's not what I'm after. I'm after that you are that you start as in the librarians among them, that they base what they do in a thorough discussion about how do we understand democracy and in what ways can we then favor that in our interactions with our users, both directly and in how we present resources and so forth. So it's not that you have to have that argument with every user, but you have to be aware of what kind of activities that promote democracy, depending then on what kind of definition of democracy that you have.
Thank you. There's another question going in this, another comment.
And I just added a comment then, because I think it also must be, of course, the case then that there could be different definitions within the work group. So, I mean, of course, of democracy, and that kind of discussion, I think, could be very fruitful for understanding how to design the activities and the interactions with the users and the non-users, trying to attract their attention to.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a difficult topic and a very interesting one, isn't it? Another comment is most of my colleagues teaching information literacy intend to impart information literacy in a very specific context. Yeah, but in my opinion, information literacy is a competency needed by every individual in a variety of contexts, professional, private, as a citizen, and so on. Information literacy should be taught in a wider context, or at least in a way that empowers participants of an information literacy lesson or activity to transfer the knowledge in other contexts. And information literacy teachers should invite participants to reflect how to transfer information literacy in other contexts. I guess this relates to information literacy is not one thing, but it is a different thing in scientific contexts or whatever. But still, this does not diminish the importance of your point. I guess this is here the comment. And then someone is asking, I would ask if questioning library neutrality could be expanded to questioning technology neutrality. That is the next level then, probably. Yeah.
And that is, of course, something that is related, and then to also what I talked about, how the information is delivered and distributed, and also that we are sort of forced to use various tools and services that we that are not designed on those principles to favor empowerment and with that are taking privacy issues seriously and so forth. And that is a very different, a very difficult situation, because libraries are also places where people are supposed to be able to get access to information via digital tools of different sorts. If they do not have that kind of tools themselves, it's a way that you sort of assure that everyone could access information from various channels, because if you don't have a computer or a smartphone, even if most people have in Sweden today, but if you don't, then you can go to a library and get help with that there. But the library has to use the tools and services and systems designed by big multinational companies that have totally different interests than favoring democratic participation. And that is, of course, very difficult. But it is an argument for making that kind of, or engaging in that kind of dialogue with the users. Yeah. To make them aware of, and I know that that kind of discussions is, of course, going on. And also, if you have that kind of, I know that librarians meet those that are totally naive and use everything with a sort of not being aware at all of the problems. But also the other thing that you have heard about the problems related to privacy issues, so that you stop from using almost any digital resources, because you are so afraid that you will be sort of attacked by the big bad companies. So learning to navigate in the media landscape that we are living in is a very important thing that librarians can help their users with. And for doing that, you need to engage in dialogue.
There are some other questions. Maybe I can put one here in the discussion, but we're already at our end, or yeah, over the time. But still, it's very interesting. It's I guess a commitment question. There's a question on, in today's environment, is it possible to be neutral, or should libraries be activists in order to upload democratic values, given the attacks on democracy? I guess this is a very direct question, probably with regard to your stance.
Well, as I said before, this discussion about whether you should be an activist or neutral, I don't agree that that is not the question. The question is how can you favor democracy in a way that makes the users able to form their own opinion, which means that you have to do it in a way that you don't press the user to sort of feel that they have to follow a certain idea or so forth, but you need to do it in a way that enables people to form their opinion. And even if that in some ways is that they are interested in forming an opinion that is against democracy, you need to allow that to serve, as long as it doesn't as it isn't against the law, because there are, of course, also restrictions to that. But only my argument is that by doing that, you're not neutral. It is not neutral. And you cannot be neutral if you have a mission to promote democracy, because democracy isn't neutral. But of course, it's not that every libraries everywhere doesn't have the public mission to promote democracy. So depending on that, the question can be formulated differently, but nevertheless, since we understand, based on these international policy documents that I talked about, that libraries are important for people's possibilities to gain access to information and form their free opinion. If we believe in that and we think that libraries are important for that, then we cannot say that we need to be neutral, because that is not, that can't be combined. But what is important is that you have a professional way to do your work, so that you don't sort of force opinions on your users, but that users can feel free to ask for and get access to information and knowledge and culture of various sorts. So that is, I think that often is a mix and a confusion between those two.
Yeah.
But democracy isn't neutral.
Yeah, and bear with me, but that would be the real antagonism, isn't it? To say, okay, we need information literacy to force the users to democracy. I guess this is should not be the case. I guess sometimes when I follow the discussion, it is the hope that if all people would be information literate, they all would be convinced by democracy and things like that. And there is a kind of normative perspective. We already discussed it yesterday. Maybe, I don't know, we can continue this talk, and we will in the conference. But I guess if we say empowering the user and providing the necessary structures for that is a good thing. And yeah, this often goes hand in hand with democracy, and maybe we should make our agendas clear, but it does not really imply that it is a normative choice, as you clearly argued. Yeah? And I guess with this, we have a first point or result in the conference, and I guess it was very good or fitting opening to our research or public interest here on our agenda, on asking what is the connection between information literacy and democracy, and how to foster or support democracy with the ideas of information literacy. And you pointed already, you showed us a very interesting perspective, and still it is clear it is a kind of normative view, and we need to be open for different kind of normative views here. Any final remark on your part?
Perhaps just one final thing is also when we talk about democracy, and my interest in learning more about the connection between democracy and information literacy was based in that I found a naive understanding of democracy that I found around me when I started my PhD. Because I believe that many people understood democracy as something that we had achieved in Sweden. And while I saw that there are always struggles ahead, and that was also my interest in why I find Chantal Mouffe so illuminating for understanding these connections, because I really, really agree with her in the argument that democracy is not something that we can achieve. It's an ongoing process. We can never arrive at the final endpoint where we have sort of, yes, we have succeeded. Now we are at democracy. That is not the case. There are always different kind of threats, different kinds of opponents to the form of rule, which means that we constantly need to be able to go on and argue for democracy and do activities and work that favor that form of rule. Because if we are not aware of that, and if we do not act in that way, we can lose it. So that's sort of my sad ending. But I really, so ending, therefore, I really find your theme super interesting and important for this project, because it is these kind of platforms for learning about these connections is very important and needed, I would say. So thank you.
Thank you. This nice opening speech also, and thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Rivano Eckerdal. Thank you very much. We have now a short pause of only 5 minutes, I guess. Yeah, okay, thank you. And the next session is on artificial intelligence and its application in information and media literacy education, provided by Ms. Kalantzis, Professor Kalantzis, and Professor Cope. See you in 5 minutes.
You are now muted. You
So welcome everybody. We had a very short break, but I think we all are curious to hear the talk of Professor Kalantzis and Professor Bill Cope. I'm very happy that you are here online. And I think the last talk of Johanna and this talk, they are related in some way. So as I heard two words very often, and I think these have been keywords in Johanna's talk. And one connection between the two talks is the term of literacy. Johanna talked about literacy in libraries, and we will now talk about literacy concepts in schools. So we have two big educational institutions, and we can now discuss what is the notion, what is the importance of literacy education, information literacy education in educational contexts. And there is another link. So Johanna talked about democracy, and one question was, how can you realize, how can you support democracy? And I think one aspect to realize democracy is to enable everyone to have access to information and to enable everyone to be critical to information. And our question is, how can you learn this at school? One answer how you can learn this is media literacy education, and this is one focus of the talk that we are expecting now. Another focus is on intelligence, and at school we are thinking a lot about intelligence. So what does it mean? Who is intelligent, who is not so intelligent, and who can become more intelligent? And it's already very difficult to develop human intelligence. But Mary and Bill will talk about concepts of artificial intelligence and how can this help to develop human intelligence. So I think these are very important topics to discuss about, and I will briefly present our speakers. Mary Kalantzis is working on new literacy studying, and important topics are multimodality and diversity in communications. Also, Mary worked on the nature of communication and on the nature of learning in the digital age. She has, together with Bill Cope, a lot of very important and much discussed publications. And I will here make reference to the last publication. It is Making Sense, Reference Agency and Structure in a Grammar of Multimodal Meaning. This is from 2020. Mary Kalantzis is a professor in the Department of Education Policy, Organization and Leadership at the University of Illinois in the US. Before, she was in the University of Melbourne, and also her academic education was in Australia, in Sydney at the Mackey University. So welcome, Mary. And welcome, Bill, too. Bill has two legs in two different parts of the world. So one leg is at the University of Melbourne in Australia, where Bill is an adjunct professor. And the other leg is at the University of Illinois, where he is a professor also in the Department of Educational Policy Studies. And also the educational the academic education was at the University of Sydney in Australia, and then William Cope had different positions, as you can see here in the slide, in North Queensland, at the Government of Australia, in different departments, for instance, in the Department of Immigration and Multicultural Affairs, and he was also a director at the Office of Multicultural Affairs. William Cope is a principal investigator in a series of major projects funded by the Institute of Educational Sciences in the US Department of Education, and also in the very famous Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And it is this foundation that made this talk, or made possible the research that led to this talk, or gave a lot of data that we will hear about, and also the National Science Foundation. Okay, so thank you for listening, and we are all curious to hear what you can tell us about artificial intelligence and its application in information and media literacy education. Please, Mary and Bill, welcome here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bill Cope, and this is Mary Kalantzis. We're very pleased to be with you. It's this strange virtual be with you. It would have been nice to be able to come to Germany, but of course we're not there for the reasons of this pandemic. And one of the great ironies is the topics that we're talking about in this conference are all of a sudden even more important, because almost all our human interactions are now mediated by these digital media. So thinking through what they mean and how they work and what they do has become even more important than ever.
Yes, hello, I'm Mary Kalantzis. Bill and I both work at the University of Illinois, but we are talking to you today from our home in Urbana-Champaign, because we, like many others here, have been, I think, in lockdown now for almost 3 months. So engaging like this has become the norm for us, and I want to thank the organisers of the conference for including us in today's discussions of what has become even more critical now than ever before.
Okay, so as we now launch into the formal part of our presentation, I am going to share a PowerPoint presentation with everybody. So, and Mary's going to kick off, so over to her to get started on that presentation.
Right. Thanks, Bill. So, artificial intelligence. It's in the news. It's everywhere around us. People talk about it all the time in one way or the other. We have techno enthusiasts who think it's kind of the most important thing that's happening in our world. And then we have techno paranoids who are anxious about what artificial intelligence might mean for the nature of life and our relationships. However, neither of them are terribly clear about what it means. I mean, the term is used very loosely most of the time, but the truth is that it's around us all the time. It's in our media, it's in our Facebook, it's in our social platforms, it's in our regular newspapers, it's on our bodies when we have devices that count our heartbeat, etc. You know, artificial intelligence in these places is gathering data seamlessly and endlessly, and it's getting to know us in order to deliver to us targeted advertising or targeted medicine or targeted learning. It's a huge evolving field. So how do we theorize it? How do we conceptualize artificial intelligence? Well, we're going to give you two ways of thinking about it. First, AI as the mechanics of media, the theory related to that. And then the second part is learning with AI, where we claim the medium is the message. So what does artificial intelligence look like in practice? So, computability. How do we understand computability? Because of course, artificial intelligence is encompassed in that notion. And what we're going to introduce to you today is an idea that we've been working on for many years now, but to say that the transposability of meanings into calculable quantity is what computers can do for us, right? And we have two broad meanings in the definition of AI, right? So the broad meaning is that artificial intelligence means that meanings can be made with more calculation than would be feasible without mechanical intelligence. It's a very broad understanding. The narrow understanding of artificial intelligence is that it is the synergistic human-machine relations of machine learning specifically. So, a little history. Here we have Gottfried Leibniz, the great 17th to 18th century philosopher and mathematician. Now, Leibniz had a fantasy, and his fantasy was to imagine what all meanings in the world would be like if they were expressed in numbers, if every truth in the world could be determined mathematically. And famously, he said, where there are disputes among persons, we can simply say, let's calculate without further ado, in order to see who's right. That's how far he thought he could take calculability. Moving forward now to the 19th century, we meet another mathematical genius, Ada Lovelace. She had inherited her love for mathematics from her mother, Anna Isabel Noel Byron, the 11th Baroness of Wentworth. Anna's husband and Ada's father were the poet Lord Byron. Ada's father dismissively called his wife the Princess of Parallelograms. Dismissiveness like this was the fate of women thinkers for far too long. However, by the age of 18, Ada Lovelace was introduced to the inventor, Babbage, at one of the high society soirees he regularly held in his home in London. She was attending with her mother, and on display in the drawing room of Babbage's house was his difference engine, an elaborate mechanical calculator, which you can see here on the right. Ada was transfixed. This began a long professional association between Babbage and Lovelace. Their work together culminated in 1843 with the publication by Lovelace of a 20,000-word journal article about Babbage's design for the new analytical engine. Lovelace simply signed the article with her initials ALL in those days. Who could have imagined that this was written by a woman? And here are some of the words of Lovelace's article. And I'm sure you'll agree, for someone writing in 1843, her remarks are remarkably prescient. By mathematical representation and calculation, she said, it may be possible, again to quote Lovelace, to express the great facts of the natural world and those unceasing changes of mutual relationships which, visibly or invisibly, consciously or unconsciously, to our immediate physical perceptions, are interminably going on in the agencies of the creation we live amidst. Lovelace continues, the analytical engine weaves algebraic patterns just as the jacquard loom weaves flowers and leaves. In these ways, not only the mental and the material, but the theoretical and the practical in the mathematical world are brought more into intimate and effective connection with each other. The model for such mechanical possibilities, Lovelace went on, was the principle which Jacquard devised for regulating, by means of punched cards, the most complicated patterns in fabrication of brocaded stuffs. Lovelace, I think you'd agree, was truly a modern genius, imagining how the qualities of sensuous world might be transposed into quantities for the purposes of their representation and communication. Ada Lovelace had imagined how, in the future in which you and I now live, we might be able to build machines which manage the transpositions of quality into quantity. Over 100 years later, one of the main founders of modern computing, Alan Turing, turned to Lovelace's largely forgotten article and was able to build upon some of her key propositions. After the Second World War, Turing worked at the University of Manchester in one of the world's first computers. One of the first things Turing and his co-workers did was to use the computer to find some huge prime numbers which it wasn't practical for humans to find via hand calculation. Here we see a printout of the computer, and here is Turing getting a surprise. How did this happen is his note on the teletype printout, as you can see circled in red. How did the computer arrive at this calculation, he asks. Perhaps it was a bug, or perhaps it was a new insight based on so many laborious calculations that no human could feasibly achieve. So for him, machine intelligence is much less than human intelligence. Computers can only calculate, but it's also much more. Computers can calculate more numbers and faster than humans. We have cause to be in awe at the superhuman brilliance of their feats of calculation, but we also need to be cautious about what computers cannot do. So, to conclude, Turing called this mechanical intelligence, and hence we have a broad definition of artificial intelligence, which says that what it is meanings that are made of more calculation than would be feasible without mechanical intelligence. However, in the narrow definition, the notion of machine learning is central. Machine learning means that humans are training. I'm sorry, I moved that. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, back to the slide. In the narrow definition, however, machine learning is central to the understanding of artificial intelligence. Machine learning means that humans are training the machine to notice things. These human trainers might be experts, or they might be a mass of users interacting with computers. And fundamentally, there are two kinds of machine learning. Supervised machine learning is where humans label things for the machine to count. So just to give a simple example, when you like something on Facebook, or when you give a high ratings for something in a product review on Amazon, you are teaching that system to know about you and people like you. These are simple examples, of course, of how environments become smarter the more people use them. Now, unsupervised machine learning is when the machine makes calculations that reveal statistical patterns. For example, a cluster of things appearing, or alternatively, it identifies one or a few outliers. Machine learning always involves the synergistic human relationship, whether it's in one direction or the other, supervised or unsupervised. So with supervised machine learning, the direction is the humans label and the machine counts these labels. With unsupervised machine learning, the machine counts and the humans label. The important point here is that this is always a synergistic relationship, and no matter how sophisticated the algorithm seems to be, they are relatively crude and simple in relationship to the meanings that humans ascribe by their labeling.
So the question is, how does calculation happen and how far can we go with calculation? And what I'm going to argue is that the limits of artificial intelligence are the limits of the transposability of meanings into quantity. And by transposition, I want to talk about 4 possible processes. The first process we call nameability. So what we have on the left here is names of things in the world. So here's a bag coming off the conveyor belt in an airport, and it's been given a name, which is the long number, which is written in the barcode. And this, if you like, is a kind of proper noun. So here's Mary, she's a proper noun. This is something which is specifically named as an instance. On the right, what we see is something that we would call a concept. So if Mary becomes a concept, she's a person. Here we have a product. There are many, many of these sardine cans. I might take 3 or 4 of them to the checkout, and the barcode gets scanned. So what we have in the world is the naming of things via these digital transposition processes, where we have these alphanumeric names, if you like, for things, which in terms of instances are unique instances. That's one bag on one flight, once only. And concepts, which is this generic product, which is the sardine can there on the right, of which there are many instances. So we have these elaborate systems of naming through alphanumeric modes. So this is a form of using calculation to name and have systems of number, which essentially name things in a world, and with much greater precision than is possible in natural language. There's more than one Bill Cope in the world, there's more than one Mary Kalantzis in the world, but by the time you reduce this to unique identifiers, which is our email address or our cell phone number, we are uniquely named as proper nouns in a way that where natural language is messy and not terribly, it's troublesome in a whole lot of ways. So that's the first thing we do in this space. We use alphanumeric systems which are reduced to binary numbers for the purposes of naming things in the world. The second thing we do is, having named the world, we calculate the world. So if we go back to this for a second, there are a certain number of bags on the plane, they get weighed. So we check the weight's okay. When I get to the checkout, I've got 4 of these things, they get calculated. There are that many fewer on the shelf. So what we do is, having named the world in these very clear kinds of ways as instances and concepts, what we then do is we calculate the numbers of things, the number of instances that fit with a certain concept, for example. Now, this is actually one of the great geniuses of the computer age, who had Claude Shannon, a funny, eccentric kind of person, who rode unicycles, amongst other things, and juggled. And he came up with a fundamental insight, which was the on and off charge of an electrical current could be used in a system of binary notation or binary number to calculate the world, right? So his first insight was, electrical currents are the way to go. And the second insight is that he discovered a 19th century philosopher named George Boole and said that we could build elementary forms of what's now called Boolean logic using this on-off switch, this plus minus thing. Now, in fact, beneath calculability, it's not a digital world, it's a binary world. It won't work in base 10, it only works in base 2. So this is the elementary, rudimentary form of all calculation. Now, what we can also do, as well as calculating the number of things, we can measure things across gradients. And what we have is we have all these devices that measure ourselves. Even, the opening of a door gets measured. So we live in a world of these ambient measurements, which are reducing calculations again to number, which the system keeps in this binary form. So when we walk around with our phones and we've got GPS calculating things about our position, it's in terms of all these reductions to number. Same with time. So these imminent things in the world which are measurable across gradients are also the third aspect of the transposability of meaning through calculation to meaning. So if the transposition is a meaning in the world in one form, visual, textual, an object or whatever, into number, and then back to some kind of object. But the back to part, that last part, involves rendering. So what we've had in the digital world really over the last half a century, it's taken a while to evolve these systems, is systems for rendering, for example, written language. This is the logic behind PostScript, which is that what we do is we create a representation of a character with a whole lot of pixels. This is what we do with image as well. It's still pixels, but in this case, it's color images which are reduced to red, green, blue, RGB. Down the bottom right-hand corner is the LCD version of that. So what we've got going on our screens is this crazy, insane, X million megapixels across 16 million colors. Who would make calculations like that? We would never do it. But the process of rendering, which is taking an image in the world, a text or something in the world, and turning it a number in order to reproduce it somewhere else, involves this intermediary stage of calculation. So to come back to our broad definitions and narrow definitions of AI, in the broad definition, this is a crazy amount of calculation which humans could never do before. And we have scanning of barcodes where objects speak their names and all sorts of things which, the calculations behind that are insane numbers of doing things with zeros and ones, which are impossible for humans to do because of the scale of it. So these are tools which enhance our human living in a whole lot of ways. But the artificial intelligence part of it is if we synergistically involve humans in the labeling process, we can then have ways to read what an image is. So for example, if I upload an image to Facebook and it's a landscape, there's the sky and there are some trees, Facebook's going to say it's a landscape because we know that there's sky at the top of a picture and there's green at the bottom, and enough people have labeled these pictures to say that they're landscapes for the machine in its dumb kind of way to know that if blue's there and green's here in enough numbers, it's probably going to be a landscape. So in a way, all the stuff around face recognition, voice recognition, everything is based on huge amounts of human ascription of meaning to these binary calculations. And of course, in the rendering process, it's not just two-dimensional. So text and image are two-dimensional. Here we have 3D rendering as well. So just to summarize, what I've tried to do here is illustrate these two definitions of AI in process, the broad and the narrow. But then when we get to the narrow, the ways in which this labeling happens are these two processes of supervised machine learning. So what happened was, Facebook might say, we think this is a landscape because we've got all this other data, and you say it is. Well, these are all synergistic relationships via these two fundamental processes. So I'm going to hand back to Mary now, who's going to start talking about the educational implications of what we've just been saying.
Right. So we've been talking about the theory about artificial intelligence and our definitions, but how does it work and how do you apply it in learning? And is the medium the message? What mediums are we using and what messages are we delivering in ecologies of teaching and learning? And how are they related to pedagogy? What's the relationship between our pedagogy and the technologies that we use? They're the things that we're going to explore with you now. So we wonder, in the broad definition, of course, we would see learning. It's about seeing learning in a way that would not be possible for learners to see themselves, self-seeing, or teachers to be able to see the effectiveness of their teaching. How can artificial intelligence respond to the need for learners and teachers to be aware of what's happening in the processes of their engagement? So we're going to deal with the broad definition to begin with, and I'm going to share with you the example of what we've been doing. For some years now, we've been working with grants from NSF and Gates Foundation and other sources, so far about $10 million worth of research funds, to explore the potential of the digital for creating learning ecologies that meet our pedagogical values, right? And this, what I'm going to show you, just snippets of it, and not the whole thing, of course, is a program that we've called Common Ground Scholar, which is a space we've invented for students and teachers to work collaboratively on any subject that you might want to teach or engage with. So the first example I'm going to give you comes from a page that we call Community in Scholar, or a site that we call Community. And in this site, what happens here is that the teacher will make a post here. I'm sorry, there's a bit of a pun here about Shakespeare, but the teacher is posting in this first screenshot an activity into what's called the activity stream, and the students are required, as they would be in any classroom, to engage with that activity by speaking back to the teacher and by speaking to each other about the question or the topic that the teacher has posted in the activity stream. If we go then to the right part, the second screenshot that's there, and we dig down further into the posts of the students that have appeared in the activity stream, we have something like a blog here where the teacher has asked the students to examine certain language features in Shakespeare. And again, what follows, as you can see, the post there is from the teacher, and if you were to scroll further down, you would see a huge string of responses in great detail where everybody in the class is required to respond. It's not just the one person in a traditional classroom who might put their hand up and give the right answer to the teacher, but here what we expect in this particular platform is that all learners engage, and of course each one will bring their difference, their own interpretation to the conversation. So it's classically classroom discourse. This represents classroom discourse, but it's also fundamentally transformed pedagogy. And what also happens as these activities go, it is possible that all this activity is recorded by the machine and data mined. By comparison, what happens in a traditional classroom, face-to-face, person-to-person, orally, is ephemeral. And it is very difficult to go back and analyze systemically what was said, what was done, what worked, what didn't work, who responded, who didn't respond. But in this place, in this space that we have created, high levels of engagement and high levels of accountability about that engagement in the traces that the machine can document. Now we move to another one of the other elements that we've included in this form, and it works on collaborative knowledge making, it works on peer-to-peer. There's no bell curve of performance. Everybody is expected to work and help each other. And two of many, but two main ways in which learners engage is that they produce their multimodal text in the creator space, and after they've completed their drafts, they share their drafts with each others, and they peer review that work, and they provide detailed annotations. And what you're seeing here is the rubric on the right, which provides the framework for making the peer review, and the rubric for making the annotations. And as you can see in the right-hand side where the reviews, there's quite detailed responses that learners can make, that teachers can make. In fact, you can include anybody in this process. So what we're applying here is both the broad and the narrow definition of artificial intelligence. The broad definition, the machine is doing elaborate calculations which are not feasible for the teacher to do. So the machine can tell what kind of, how much feedback there is, what the text looks like, how many annotations were made, how the learner regarded those annotations. So there's a lot of data being collected. In the narrow definition, we have been working now with our research team on machine learning processes where the machine learns from these reviews and the ratings and the annotations in order to give subsequent student feedback based on the experience of previous students. So when the teacher teaches this same course again, the machine will have within the system ways of responding to the coded responses that learners are making to the activities that the teacher requires. Now here, what I'm showing you now is the analytics site of this Scholar work. So we have teachers posting, students posting, multimodal work creations, multimodal teaching, interactions between the students, all of it happening in a digital space, and all of it leaving traces that can be coded. And we assess as you go. There's no assessment at the end. It's not you wait till the end of the class or the end of the lesson to get a mark, a grade. The machine is tracking everything you're doing and giving you feedback immediately. Every student gets one of these. We call it an aster plot, like the flower with all the different petals. And the teacher, of course, can see every student's aster plot and also what the class looks like. This is a class one here. And the aster plot can be designed for whatever goals you have. In our case, we have 3 goals. And 3, as you can see here, are equally important. And it really matters for us in the digital space that all 3 matter. So one quadrant we call knowledge, and it calculates the degree to which the work that the students have produced has aligned with the rubric and the expectations, and that is really important. But equally important in the digital space is the level of focus. How focused have the learners been in the activities? How engaged are they? How have they participated in all of the activities required of them? So the quadrant for focus is equal to the quadrant for knowledge. But for us, in terms of our values as pedagogues, it matters to us, the 3rd quadrant, which we call help. The degree to which learners help each other succeed, in the quality of the peer-to-peer feedback, the quality of the annotations, the degree in which they make knowledge together and they contribute to whatever the subject is in powerful ways as producers and not just as consumers. So the help component in any e-learning ecology matters significantly, and it's an affordance of the digital that we can exploit for our values and our purposes. So these 3 quadrants operate and collect data. On the right-hand side is a key about the kinds of elements. You can click into these petals, and every child, every student, every learner, adult, child, college student can click in and know exactly what is expected of them. There are no hidden exam questions. There are no tricks. It's all very explicit. The rubric is there. The trace of everything you've done is there. The machine is collecting data. It's providing feedback to the learners and the students as they go, just in time and when it's required. This is what's possible with artificial intelligence, both in its broad sense and its narrow sense.
So I'm going to conclude now by moving on and talking a little bit about the narrow sense. But firstly, I want to talk about some aspect of the broad sense. Here we have in this aster plot a class that, in fact, this particular class was running for 8 weeks, and it had it was a course. It had 30 people in the course. And what's interesting is that we've collected more information about what's going on, including a lot of qualitative, they're not just quantitative things, they're qualitative human judgments that have been given quantitative proxies. So for example, with a rubric, what you do is you say, there's a rating of 1 to 4, let's say across 4 criteria, you describe those very, very well, but they're actually very complex human judgments that we have crowdsourced, if you like, across the group. And the crowdsourcing theory runs, that a number of participants who are peers are equivalent to experts if you kind of add them up and average them out. That's the kind of theory. So what this is this is not just number. This is complex human judgments that have been registered in number and that have with them justifications of why that number, they have qualitative justifications as to why that number's been ascribed. Now, what we had in this particular class, and this is the broad definition of AI, is that we had 14,500 pieces of actionable feedback. How could a teacher ever give 14,500 pieces of feedback? And who knows, in a regular class, there might be feedback going on, but it's not structured and it's, I asked the person beside me or something. And in fact, what there were this is based on 3.5 million data points, which is lots of classroom conversations, like the Shakespeare one that Mary showed you, several peer-reviewed projects, some surveys. And look, one of the points that we want to make is that the learning management systems we currently have in terms of AI are irretrievably unsalvageable around their underlying data structures, which is upload, download a file, look at a video. All that can be analysed is the crudest of things. And what we've been working on in this particular environment is 26 different data types and highly granular activity, which is one comment, one annotation, one coded annotation, one review. That's the 3.5 million pieces that happen there in many, many different kinds. And the trouble with most learning management systems, they're just really file upload, download systems. And what we've done here, and which of course Facebook and Twitter have done as well, is we've abolished documents, we've abolished files. It's a huge database which in a very granular way keeps on rebuilding itself on the fly every time you access it. So there's a fundamental underlying architectural problem with most learning management systems, which means they'll never be able to do effective AI.
Now, you say that once we ascribe the labels to the task, the machine then does the rest of the work.
Right, exactly. And part of it is, look, where does the labeling happen? The label happens with coded annotations. The labeling happens with rubrics. Yes. So in a sense, we enlist the teacher or the course designer as people who do that labeling, right? And the broad AI definition is there's a hell of a lot of labeling going on here and a hell of a lot of calculation. Now, what I'm going to do now is talk to you a little bit about the narrow AI definition. So this is, so the narrow definition is learning from the learners, detecting and offering feedback on higher order thinking. This is a project that we've just been working on or just completed recently with the National Science Foundation, where we've got kind of inconclusively encouraging results. We're working on this. This is a work in progress. So what we've got here is a piece of work on the left. So Mary and I, with our masters and doctoral students, are all teachers. We've now got a corpus of 30 million words and tens of thousands of annotations, and we've given them a coding frame where they code things as evidence or as critical thinking. We've got a coding frame with a dozen things where we're looking for high level thinking. And what we're doing is a plus is a good example and a minus is a bad example. So we want them to be coding for things where you haven't succeeded to meet this thing or you have. So we've got, in fact, if I think about it, 32 different codes going on. And what we want the machine to be able to do is see if the machine can detect higher order thinking in order to give students feedback on the fly around these higher order. Now, this is very ambitious, but it's us trying to think where, in terms of artificial intelligence in this narrow definition as machine learning, we might be able to achieve something. This is another project that we're working on right now, in fact. And I'm sorry that this is a little bit hard to see in these screenshots. You really kind of need a live demo version of it to see what it works. So there's a written text on the left, which might be another student's work or your own work or a text that you're reading, and you're highlighting bits and building a concept map around the node types. So you pull across the node selector, you highlight a bit, and you try and underline the thinking that's beneath your own text, someone else's text, or an assigned text. And what we're hoping to do is train the machine to understand the underlying thinking in text in order to give students feedback. Again, this is phenomenally ambitious kind of project. Essentially what we've got is, this is a concept mapping tool where artificial intelligence is going to be bolted in down the back. So look, I'm just giving you a sense of
we're testing it first with in the medical area where the ontologies are more stable.
Right. So we first tested this with grade school students doing information writing.
Yes.
But what we decided to do now is to go to medical students where the labeling schemas, otherwise known as medical ontologies, are very, very stabilized. In the United States, they're stabilized around insurance and billing, to be quite frank. But nevertheless, so we're hoping that in a domain where the labeling schemas are very, very stable, that we'll be able to really produce something which is very, very rich. And we're working now in medical education around that. So what we've done here is in this talk, which we're now coming to an end, Mary and I have written up these ideas in these two books published by Cambridge University Press, published this year, to be quite frank, where we've tried to think in theoretical terms about this world of meaning in general and digital meaning in particular. And what these books do, in fact, is we've been talking about ontologies, which is labeling schemas. These are a kind of a meta-ontology of meaning for the digital world, a very ambitious project where we might sort of comes a bit unstuck and unravels a little bit around the edges because it's so ambitious, but where we think some of the insights that we've come up with may be hopefully of some use to some other people. If you'd like to join us in this social media world, go and sign up on the Scholar platform. Sign up is open, and a lot of what we showed you is open for general users to do. So Scholar is there, cgscholar.com. Go and sign up, create an account. In that, you might like to join our community, which is our kind of quasi-blog, but we do it in Scholar, which is called New Learning. So go and search for New Learning. There are our email addresses, and we also have a Twitter page, and we have a Facebook page as well.
And you might wonder why we have so much, but in the world today, when you're doing research, you want to be able to get the wisdom of the crowd. So we do encourage visiting scholars, we encourage collaborators. We teach and research what we're teaching, both in terms of its content, but importantly for the purposes of this conference, is how have we harnessed the affordances of the digital? How are we exploiting artificial intelligence for the positive, creative purposes that educators need to use it for? And how do we test it as we're doing? Because it's no good just simply downloading, as Bill said, the existing tools, because they were invented at a time when the whole idea of digital learning and artificial intelligence in education was marginal. It wasn't core business. Core business was the gold standard of face-to-face, in-person classroom, one teacher, 30 students, sometimes more. So it's not a finished journey, and this is really important for all of us to know, that we need to create the tools of our own workplaces, the tools for teaching and learning that we design and test in order to maximize the human part of the digital, how we use the digital for human purposes, not imagine that it's using us for some purposes beyond our control. So thank you for allowing us to share our work so far with all of you.
And let's hope we can meet in person sometime, who knows when, given the way the world is. Bye, folks.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you very much. Just give me a second to get in touch with you with a picture. Hope it works. No. Okay, so thank you very much for this talk with so many ideas. I do not want to lose a lot of time with a summary of my own, but I would really love to more get in touch with you all that you're listening. And I thought how we could do this. And I thought, please, maybe I could ask you to please put in the chat 1 or 2 words in translanguaging, in English, in German, in French, whatever you want, what was the most important idea of the talk? So I thought, please do this. Let's just give us 2 or 3 minutes to see what you found most important. I have already so please, everyone is invited to type some words, what was really striking for her or for him.
Folks, we might, should we talk a little bit over while people are kind of waiting?
Yes, this would be wonderful. We have, it's not very easy to hear you, but please tell us something about your ideas. You have registered the talk about 2 weeks ago, so what has changed in these 2 weeks?
So look, I'll talk slowly. I think our internet connection is not fantastic, so I hope you hear us. Thank you for the good there, Tom, and that good question there. Since the talk, I also looked at Johanna's and just to try and connect with her talk. AI is that it can be used for very different purposes. We know that it's been used to sell things in ways which are quite subtle. We know the political uses of AI. We saw that in the 2016 US election and the results that had. But what Mary and I are trying to say is we need to harness these tools in education as our own media for learning. But the other point is, well, linking back to Johanna's talk that she just gave as well, is, how do we build legal understanding of the tools, not just using them for our own purposes, but actually understand the way in which the interpretive frameworks that people use into the tools in the form of their data models, for example, and the very questions they're looking for. So people think that AI is just a series of mechanical processes. It's more than that. And the data models, the schemas, the purposes which you use it are widely varied and not intrinsically political. But the question is how people then use something, a technology which is not intrinsically political, for political purposes.
Right. And can I say that mainstream education system has been very slow to design its tools in this space. We are purposing tools that were designed for not our purposes, not our values, not our logical needs, which are about engaged collaboration, knowledge production, not just knowledge consumption. And what we're trying to demonstrate is ways in which we can humanize this space, and harness the affordances of the digital to allow agency, to allow voice, to allow production of knowledge, but at the same time be able to evaluate performance as students, rather than wait to the end of the process simply to brand them as successes or failures. Actually be collecting data to be given in-time feedback that informs learning rather than is judgmental.
Yeah, thank you. We have here a comment, which I don't know if you can see the comments, but there was Thomas Hapke who commented, maybe something artificial or a kind of artificial intelligence can make education more human. What do you think about this?
No, that's a very good point. And in fact, one of the points that we would like to make very strongly, that when we actually regard the mechanical part of artificial intelligence, which is the business of calculation, when we regard that as quite a limited function, it's then what we put into the machine and how it gives back to us stuff, which is deeply human. So in other words, like all media, it can extend our humanity if we don't minimize our of what the machine actually does. The machine does is very limited. So we need to build, in terms of information literacy, we need to have a very clear idea of what AI part of things does and it's limited. So what becomes important then is data models, ontologies, models of the world, theoretical frameworks. Those things all become very important, and they are only human.
Yeah, thank you. Tom Mackey commented. Oh, Mary, did I interrupt you, please?
I was going to say Tom Hapke is asking about democracy, right? And I was going to respond to that because I think we've taken the term democracy for granted for a long time, and we live in America, where democracy is the most contested notion that we can imagine. People are entirely polarized, and in part, the polarization by what the digital is doing to us and what artificial intelligence in collecting data about us and then continue to divide either as shoppers or as I do think we as educators need to make this central to understanding how we operate into the future. Democracy is not a lived practice now. It's been affected by the way in which the digital operates, who controls it, who defines it, who puts the labels in, what kind of ontologies are used, and we have to be the creators of these spaces in order to, I was saying earlier, pandemic now about health. We have a pandemic about democracy. We have a pandemic about the environment. There are all these crises. We thought the economy was everything, remember? But we've put the economy on the side at the moment, which is survival. So I think we have to get these broader questions of justice and sustainability, and that we have to harness these resources to do that. They'll be used continuously to develop.
Yeah, thank you. This goes a little bit, I think, in line, if I understand it right, which what Tom said. So to see learner as a producer, which what I understand is to see the people in front of the screen as active persons who have to use the technique of artificial intelligence. Is that right? Do you agree?
Yeah. One of the emancipatory potential in this environment is to build horizontal communities where people are much more actively participants. So if you think of media, where the print delivered at your door, and where you watched the generic television channel but couldn't interact with it. So one of the things potential around the only trouble is that human agency can be used to support regressive social forces or progressive social forces. It has no intrusion politics. So what we see in the United States now is people are using social media to this weekend when people are going to refuse to wear masks, they're going to go outside, even though there are 2.5 million people in this country have had the COVID-19 as a political segment, and that's been generated on some media. So the whole problem is there's an emancipatory potential around granting more agency in the media space, but the problem is that agency can be of any political colour.
Just to follow up on your question about the learner as a producer rather than simply a consumer, this, for all sorts of reasons, because it allows voice, it allows diversity, it allows a different life experience to engage with whatever the topic is, whether it's free or science or liberty or whatever. And that's an important, genuine new direction, which most educators are not prepared for, how to deal with students as producers and just consumers.
Now, Joe asks a very important question here. One of the things that we do
About privacy.
as a privacy, first there are laws about privacy, which is as the teacher cannot divulge data except under, student data circumstances. But the other thing is a matter of principle with the AI mechanisms that we built. We insist that every bit of data that the teacher can see on an individual student, the student themselves see. There's no data collecting about the student which is not presented to the student themselves in exactly the same form that the teacher sees it. So Johanna, this can be very powerful, and we must deal with the privacy issues, and there are two answers. Firstly, privacy around the learning space and the responsibilities of the teacher around privacy, and secondly, absolute transparency learners in terms of the data that's being collected for them. There's no data which the teacher has, which the
Mario wants to know about the division. But I think in our presentation, we made quite clear that it's all right, Bill, it's done. It's done. That the machine, what machine does cannot happen without the labor of humans. So I think that's an important point. People are very anxious about the new making people redundant or automating life in a way that doesn't allow for ordinary jobs, but new domains and new jobs to be understanding and creating and being a part of and distributing the income produced by beings that are back to humans.
So in Mario, that which is very important there about automation. Yes, of course, this will be taking a lot of jobs. But what we've learned since the history of, since the beginning of rapid technological growth, it's been from the very complexity, then it was, and now it's this, is that new jobs will arise. So, and also one of the late mention that's Thomas, is the job of them will be profoundly different, right? So some of the things that teachers do, which were absolutely hideous, like knocking up or giving lecture a dozen times year after year, those things will be deleted. So yes, there'll be.
Okay, thank you very much. Becomes very hard there are some problems with the audio, so it becomes very hard to understand your words. And I'm very sorry about that, but I think even with these problems, it was so exciting to get your ideas. I would like to underline two ideas from our audience, and there was one comment that underlined that supervised and unsupervised machine learning maybe should not be seen separately from each other. To get this idea that, there are some processes that we can analyze and we can understand what machines are doing, but there are also processes that maybe are not visible for the learner or for the user, and that we must develop, and this is a topic of information literacy, we must develop an understanding of what goes on inside the machine. And I just wanted to mention this. And I also wanted to mention the idea of another comment that now to underline the need for the development of communities of trust. I did not really understand what this idea of community of trust could be. So kind of our best friends, or I did not really understand this. It would be very nice to get some more information about which is the idea of a community of trust. But I think this is a very clear point, has been a very clear point in this discussion, that we have this idea that we want to use artificial intelligence for new developments, but also we want to have faith together and to be sure. Maybe you could give a last brief statement to these comments, just as a kind of sum up.
I think that just an important point. I think there's not much trust at the moment, at least in the country that I'm living in at the moment, and we have partly the problem is the impact of the digital world creating information that ends up dividing us. So you are correct. We do have to understand how these things work, and we have to intervene in their production as well as their receipt in order to get to values that lead us to cohesive sociality. A moment that we're in now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mary. Thank you. Bill, did you want to add something?
No, that's. I think that's a great discussion. Just one point about the supervised and unsupervised. It all is labelling, and labelling is about the human meat. Gets back to the earlier made. So structures of human.
So the audio broke down completely, but I think, well, I think we got a lot from your ideas. Thank you very much to all. And I'm very happy that we could have this transatlantic discussion. And I think it is very clear that we should continue with our project and to invite you next year in person when everything will be okay again. And we can be there with human natural intelligence of you in front of us. So thank you, everyone. Thank you also thank you very much for the talks and for the video, dear Bill, dear Mary. And thank you very much for the comments and for listening. And thank you for discussing. I hope we will meet next year in better times. And we will have a 10 minutes break until 17:30 in European time. So get a coffee. Goodbye. See you in 10 minutes. Bye-bye. Thank you very much, Mary and Bill.
Bye, folks. Bye.
So now we will go over to our last presentation for today, and I want to welcome all of you. The next session is on advancing democratic dialogue by applying metaliteracy in teaching practice. And first, I would like to give a short overview on the procedure of the live sessions. And we will start with an introduction on the speakers, Mr. Mackey and Ms. Jacobson. And after that, we will watch the pre-recorded talk together and continue with a summary and questions of the plenum. And please use the public chat on the left for questions or comments. So now I will start with the introduction. There we have Mr. Mackey. He is a professor at the Department of Arts and Media, School of Arts and Humanities at SUNY Empire State College. And his research and publications examine metaliteracy as a model he and Ms. Jacobs originated. So metaliteracy can be described as a pedagogical framework for reflective teaching and learning. Ms. Jacobson is head of the Information Literacy Department at the University of Albany at the United States, at the State University of New York, and her expertise is within librarianship and focuses on teaching in variety forms. As already mentioned, she is co-developer of metaliteracy and was co-chair of the RCRL task force that developed the framework for information literacy for higher education. Also, the both developed several massive open online courses, including Empowering Yourself in a Post-Truth World, just to mention one of them, and I guess we already have the links in the chat. So I guess we can say that you are very famous educators in the field of information literacy on a global scale. And at this conference, we will have a talk on advancing democratic dialogue by applying metaliteracy in teaching practice.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our presentation today. Advancing Democratic Dialogue by Applying Metaliteracy in Teaching Practice. I'm Tom Mackey, Professor of Arts and Media at SUNY Empire State College, and I'm joined today with my colleague from the University of Albany.
Hi, my name is Trudi Jacobson. I'm Distinguished Librarian and Head of the Information Literacy Department at the University Libraries University at Albany. We're delighted to be here with you.
Let's begin our presentation, Advancing Democratic Dialogue by Applying Metaliteracy in Teaching Praxis. Other presenters have talked about the post-truth world, which is certainly relevant to today's conversation. Interestingly, the term traces back to 1992 in the Steve Tesich article for The Nation, The Watergate Syndrome, A Government of Lies. And in that article, he says, in a very fundamental way, we as a free people have freely decided that we want to live in some post-truth world. And in many ways, I think that presents us with a challenge. In a democratic society, are we accepting these post-truth circumstances? Factcheck.org is just one example of trying to work against this misinformation that is coming from a variety of sources, including those sources that were once official government resources. Fact-checking is valuable. It's important that this work is being done. But does this really go far enough? What we really need is to internalize this through a metaliteracy. In support of this idea, this is a really valuable research that was done by the Stanford History Education Group. And this is important to the theme of the conference because they argue that at present, we worry that democracy is threatened by the ease at which disinformation about civic issues is allowed to spread and flourish. So these issues are relevant to all of us, especially as we think about what we mean when we say democracy and the challenges of the post-truth world. And in another study by the Project Information Literacy Group, information literacy is more than knowing how to use technology and which buttons to push. It must also address how our emotional buttons are pushed. Who is doing the pushing and why? So again, this gets to the importance of evaluation and critical thinking and getting beyond technology. But they also point out really what is an effective response, that emotional response, and trying to have a deeper understanding of that. And we will discuss that as well today in our presentation. So what is meta-literacy? Meta-literacy, as we first introduced the idea, we were really working against the skills-based approach to information literacy, which in many ways were in the ACRL standards. So we were trying to work against that. So it challenges the idea that information literacy is just about skills. What we were trying to do was create an open framework. So meta-literacy provides a framework to effectively participate in social media and online communities. So that really recognizes that we are in this social media environment. And because of that, meta-literacy supports acquiring, producing, and sharing knowledge in collaborative online communities. So in doing so, that really does go beyond the skills, and it really is about knowledge production and sharing, and this idea too of learner as producer. And another part of this is the evaluation, the critical thinking part, because meta-literacy reinforces the development of a critical thinking filter to continuously differentiate usable from unusable information. So that is a continued part of what an individual needs to do today in this social media environment, especially when you think about the filter bubbles that have emerged because of the algorithms and also the echo chambers. But it really places an emphasis on the individual to apply critical thinking and to filter information as an individual. As the idea developed, we also try to provide a context for meta-literacy and how it fits in with our understandings of literacy. So we argued that while literacy, again, at the most basic level, literacy is really focused on reading and writing, and information literacy traditionally has been very much about search and retrieval. Of course, it's more than that, but there's a strong emphasis on search and retrieval. That meta-literacy that really comes after that. It's beyond those abilities to promote collaboration, the collaborative production and sharing of information. Again, much more on knowledge practices than skills. And now Trudi is going to talk about a really key component of meta-literacy, which is the metacognitive component.
In this quote, Flavel talks about how learning's not simply about the cognitive domain. He also describes the affective, or how you feel, and the metacognitive. Tom was talking about feelings a bit before. The metacognitive involves thinking about your own thinking and also reflecting on what you've learned and what you still need to learn. Flavel says, such situations provide many opportunities for thoughts and feelings about your own thinking to arise, and in many cases, call for the kind of quality control that metacognitive experiences can help supply. And I really love that he calls this quality control. So meta-literacy, as Tom said, really emphasizes the metacognition. And it's not a coincidence that they both have meta in the phrase. So here, the use of the term meta-literacy suggests a way of thinking about one's own literacy. To be meta-literate requires individuals to understand their existing literacy strengths and areas for improvement and make decisions about their learning. So learners really do need to participate in their own learning. We often see students who expect to be told what to learn, which doesn't bode well for lifelong learning, democratic dialogue, and effective citizenship. So we've been talking about these learning domains, the metacognitive, the affective, cognitive, but there's also other key core components of metaliteracy, the roles, the metaliterate learner roles, the characteristics that metaliterate learners display, and the goals and learning objectives that underlie all the components of metaliteracy. So let's take a look at each one in turn, starting with the learning domains. So we've been talking about these, and you can see all four of them here with some more information about them. Now, information literacy tends to focus on the ones on the right-hand side. So the cognitive, what students should know when they've completed a learning activity, and the behavioral, what should they be able to do. And I think when we started to develop metaliteracy, we were really thinking about the metacognitive and particularly the affective more. So we've talked about the metacognitive, the affective. How does one feel when one is learning? And what I found to be particularly interesting when I talk to my students about learning is they often have not thought about the affective at all. And it really makes a difference to them. So the next component of metaliteracy are the learner roles. And there are a number of roles, and they're not really bounded by just these, but you can see some that are very important. These go beyond the role of consumer, and this array of roles really heightens learners' awareness of what is possible for them. So just being aware of these really makes one think, you know, how can I take on such a role? And you can see here that we've put some questions. All of them have questions. We've added some for a few of the roles, but these really emphasize to students, these are the kinds of things you need to think about and consider when you want to take on additional roles or be responsible in the roles that you are taking on. Okay. On the next slide, we're going to emphasize learners as producers. This is a particularly important one for metaliteracy. Again, expanding beyond the consumer role, seeing themselves as a producer really leads to transitions in so many ways. It's not just a second role, consumer, producer, but seeing oneself as an active and engaged and a contributing value to others. And it's the opportunity to emphasize the importance of responsibility. And again, students often don't see themselves as producers, except the materials that they turn in their courses, possibly social media contributions, but they often discount those. So this idea of learners are producers is really very important. And another one is learners are teachers. This is an aspect of learner as producer. As we know that being able to teach someone else means that you know something particularly well, and you can take pride in being able to help others with their understanding of the topic. But again, learners often don't see themselves in these roles, and it can be a leap for which they need scaffolding. So with the recognition that they do indeed know things well enough to teach others, and if the scaffolding is provided, students soar. So I'll turn it over to Tom now to talk about the next component of metaliteracy.
The other component then within these four components is learner characteristics. And when you look at these, you'll probably see some similarity with the learner roles. And with the learner roles, by the way, I think what's interesting about that is that rather than having students just go through and try to meet particular outcomes, students really see themselves in these roles, and that's in many ways a starting point for them. So there's an alignment here between their learner roles and the characteristics that we want students to strive toward, to recognize characteristics that they may already have, and to seek to improve certain areas within these characteristics. And again, in the same way that Trudi mentioned that the roles are not limited, the characteristics are not. But when we really look at what is essential to meta-literacy, these are really several key characteristics. Of course, this idea of being productive. So supporting learners as informed producers of information who are reflecting on their learning and reflecting on the thinking process and even on what it is that they create. Also being collaborative, which also reinforces that dialogue among participants within learning communities. And even to the point where if you're working in dialogue with your student, that is a collaborative process. You are co-creators of knowledge. The idea of, we've talked so much about metacognition, that one of the characteristics we want students to aspire to and achieve is this idea of being reflective, so that an individual is always thinking about their own thinking, regulating their own learning, and really for themselves identifying areas for growth. And another key part of this, because we're talking about participatory environments, open environments, collaborative environments, that there's also this responsibility that goes along with that. So being civic-minded as part of this meta-literacy mindset is also essential here, so that the civic-minded characteristic reinforces civic responsibility and community-based accountability. And interestingly, this is another foundation of meta-literacy because many of those characteristics point to the fact that learners are connected. And we refer here to George Siemens and his connectivism theory, where he argued that connectivism really is about nurturing and maintaining connections that are needed to facilitate continual learning. So really through that connectivity, we learn from others, we learn from the resources that we create and encounter and collect online. But at the same time, connectivity is not enough. We know that through the post-truth world, that just connecting within these social media environments does not go far enough. An individual has to be reflective and certainly civic-minded, evaluative in terms of the content that they encounter and analyze, and ultimately positive ethical contributors to this environment.
So the fourth component of meta-literacy are the goals and the learning objectives. There are 4 goals, and these provide sort of the bigger picture. And it's the learning objectives that fall within each of these goals that really give a good sense of the specifics. Each learning objective is connected with one or more of the learning domains. And at metaliteracy.org, you can find the full set with goals and learning objectives, not only in English, but also in a number of other languages. So very quickly, goal 1 is actively evaluate content while also evaluating one's own biases. Goal 2 is engage with all intellectual property ethically and responsibly. Goal 3, produce and share information in collaborative and participatory environments. And goal 4, develop learning strategies to meet lifelong personal and professional goals. We have a quote here from a political science professor who uses meta-literacy quite extensively in a critical thinking course. And she says the meta-literacy framework, with its emphasis on different domains of learning and active as well as passive roles, has been notably useful as a framework for my course on critical thinking. Later, at the end of this presentation, we'll be talking about ways that meta-literacy can be incorporated into courses. So we have developed a number of meta-literacy learning opportunities. We're going to share just a few of them with you, but there is a lot of content that is available for anybody to use. The first is a badging system, and this includes 4 digital badges: Master Evaluator, Empowered Learner, Digital Citizen, and Producer and Collaborator. And students who go through this are able to claim and display a badge. That system is used at a particular institution, but all of the content is available. And on this next slide, you can see sort of the setup. So in this case, the producer and collaborator has a global contributor component and a creator component, and then students actively get engaged with these topics that you can find below those two major divisions.
And the development of meta-literacy has been very much focused on the theory and practice. And we've been developing MOOCs really from the very beginning. We first did a connectivist MOOC, but we've also developed 2 Coursera MOOCs. And this first one, Empowering Yourself in a Connected World, you can see here the learning activities and the way it's set up goes from seeing yourself as a meta-literate learner, a focus on digital citizenship, creating and sharing information, and then seeing yourself as an information producer. So by the end of this MOOC, learners actually create digital artifacts as producers of information. Our most recent MOOC, Empowering Yourself in a Post-Truth World, we first developed on Open edX, but then we revised it for Coursera so that we could have both of those MOOCs together. So you could actually take one after the other. And this slide really shows the outcome of this work. So these are all projects, again, meta-literate learners as producers, where they then create projects related to confirmation bias, what is it to be a meta-literate learner, fighting fake news, and also developing reflective digital stories.
So we wanted to share with you some ideas for democratic dialogue with meta-literacy. These are things that could be used in a wide variety of courses at the undergraduate or the graduate level. I mentioned Sally Friedman, the political science professor, and this first item asks students to describe the meta-literacy roles they identify with the most and the least is an idea she's used in her course. And what she does is she asks students to select a role that they would like to enhance, something that they don't feel good at, but really would like to. And then they take on that role, and they can also journal or blog about their progress each week. And her students have found that to be an extremely interesting and empowering activity. Another thing that one could do is incorporate the meta-literacy learning domains in assignments that evaluate the COVID-19 misinformation situation or other situations that might be equally sort of using one's own emotions as a part of it. And another idea is to create peer assessments based on the meta-literacy goals and learning objectives. And that really would engage students in a way pretty deeply. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom for some additional ideas.
Thanks, Trudy. And in addition to those ideas, you could also design learner-centered self-assessments based on the meta-literacy roles and characteristics. And this is something that I did for one of my courses. I teach a course called Digital Storytelling, and I revised a midterm self-assessment based on the meta-literacy framework. Also, develop online discussion questions based on the meta-literacy videos and badging content that we have available and that are open. This is also something that I've incorporated into my courses. In the same digital storytelling course, for example, one of the videos is about building trust online, and I've incorporated that video into this course where students really have to look at and write an essay about digital ethics. Also, learner as producer, asking students to create digital stories, and that gets them to really be in that active role as creative and informed producer of content. And another option, assign small groups of students to develop an engaging learning tool to encourage inquiry using meta-literacy components, and then use those tools in the future. And I believe, Trudy, that you've done that in your teaching as well.
Yes, yeah, and I was going to say particularly this last one here, using it with first-year students who develop tools outside of their comfort zone. So they were using a number of the objectives for meta-literacy, and then these were going to be shared with future students in the course.
Thank you. So again, those are just some ideas. We look forward to hearing your thoughts and ideas in the conference, and we look forward to your questions as well. This is our contact information. feel free to reach out to us, follow us on metaliteracy.org, check out our hashtag metaliteracy, and feel free to reach out to us individually as well.
Thank you. We've enjoyed speaking with you. Enjoyed the conference.
Hello.
Hello.
I activated the camera. Maybe Ms. Jacobs will also join us on camera and on microphone. Yeah. Welcome to our online conference, and we are very, very happy to have you here. I will now start to summarize your talk a bit, and then we will open the discussion for the audience. And you talked about advancing democratic dialogue by applying metaliteracy in teaching practice. And in the beginning, you mentioned that we live, or we as humans decide whether we live in a so-called post-truth world. And that the post-truth world is very challenging for a democratic society. And as far as I understood, we need more than just checking facts or the skill-based approach on information literacy. So the solution or the answer here could be or is meta-literacy as a concept to promote critical thinking and advancing democratic dialogue. So furthermore, meta-literacy is a very learner-centered view or approach. Can you please summarize why the learner-centered view is so important here?
Hi, Daphne. Thanks so much. I'll start, and then I'm sure Trudy has some ideas as well. I think you did an excellent summary there of our presentation. We started with that Tessich quote because I do think it's such an intriguing question in terms of, you know, what is our responsibility in this, which is also very much a democratic ideal, and the kinds of things that we're seeing on a daily basis. It's almost as if people kind of get used to one sort of bizarre situation after another. So I do think it's a question in terms of what are people accepting. And I think it's been interesting that with the recent activism that it seems that people are really standing up and sort of challenging what has become so routine for us. So in terms of the learner-centered piece of this, it is really central to meta-literacy. The key diagrams that we showed, it's always the meta-literate learner that is at the center. And so we really see that as the foundation. And I think also the way that we are looking at the meta-literate learner roles, that really very much started with the first theme, of course, was the learner as producer, which we've seen other presenters discuss today. And that's why I was so interested in that in an earlier presentation. But we then expanded those active roles beyond producer to related roles such as researcher, communicator, collaborator, and even teacher. And that idea too, I think, is very much grounded in the quote that in one of the slides from Paulo Freire about working in dialogue with students and that being such a central idea. So it's very much, I think, the learner is at the center, but it's very much a dialogue that is happening with the students. So that's why I think it's so key to meta-literacy. And Trudy, I'm sure that you have thoughts on that as well.
It strikes me that with the learner sort of as the key, it really depends a great deal on what that person needs or wants and where they have strengths already. And so being able to sort of look amongst the roles or the characteristics. I talked a little bit about Sally Friedman's class where her students take on roles. They identify one where they feel they're really strong and one where they would like to improve. And I think that it's not going to be the same for everybody, certainly. This really lets people play to to both their strengths and where they, through metacognition, have decided that they really need to do perhaps a little bit better, or to improve or strengthen what it is they're able to do.
Thank you so much. I think this is a very important point, the role you see yourself as a learner, and the learner must question his, as you said, learner role and reflect its own characteristics. And yeah, am I open? Am I reflective? Am I subjective to confirmation biases? I think this is very important. And yeah, you also mentioned some ideas for applying metaliteracy framework in teaching practice. And yeah, maybe you can tell me something more about the experiences you have with your students. Does this, yeah, using this framework support democratic dialogues, and how?
Yeah, let me start off perhaps, and then Tom, I'm sure I'll jump in. I teach an information literacy course with primarily students who are about to graduate. And what I've done in it is I've combined some information literacy from the ACRL frameworks of such concepts as information has value, along with the metaliteracy, the learning domains, some of the roles. And then my students write for Wikipedia because they're seniors about to graduate. I have a lot of philosophy students. They have a lot of knowledge that they can share, but they haven't been thinking of themselves, for example, as authors or participants. And so thinking about those roles, thinking how they feel about them. Some of them are extraordinarily nervous in being thrown into this Wikipedia environment where they've always been told, don't trust it, don't use it. They have to see themselves in very different ways and think about these emotions. And so this conglomeration, sort of being an active participant in Wikipedia, using some of this information from metaliteracy, and then thinking about, say, authority is constructed and contextual from the framework, or information has value, really brings it together in a way that I think makes a great deal of sense for the students. So just one example. Tom?
Yeah, and I have so many examples, but I'll try to be as focused as possible, because I could talk on this all day. But the one, I think the most recent example is actually applying the post-truth MOOC to an actual credit-bearing course. So we developed it together with a team of educators at Empire State College and the University at Albany that we call the Metaliteracy Learning Collaborative. So we've worked on all these grant-funded projects to develop these kinds of resources. And the MOOC was a really exciting project. We had done some previous MOOCs, but we were really, wanted to do something about the post-truth theme in particular. So for that MOOC, this idea of a community of trust came up as a theme. And previously the term community of trust has been used in kind of real world communities and has raised these questions about, how do you build a community of trust? And does it always have to be like-minded people that get along in this community of trust, and the importance of trust, but also the importance of being able to look outside your community. So it kind of works as a theme when you think about some of the challenges we have with filter bubbles and confirmation bias, where people might be in a like-minded community, but they're not listening to other communities. So it really became an interesting theme to explore that idea in a very positive way of trying to create this open space. And it's interesting, there's some connections to some of the earlier presentations about this question of sort of neutrality versus creating a space for dialogue. And I don't think it was a neutral space. I think it was a positive environment. The MOOC is very much a positive environment that's thematic, that allows everyone to have a conversation about it in a trusted way. So even though these can be very contentious issues, we wanted to create a space similar to the presenters who were also exploring this idea of learner as producer and using AI in a very positive way. So I think we've been really trying to do the same things with these technology-based projects. So it's a very open environment, but for my class, I wanted to make it a credit-bearing class so students could take it in a more guided way. Because in MOOC, anyone can kind of drop in and register for the course and enroll and take as much of it or as little of it as they want. But I wanted to create a space in Moodle so students could actually explore it with me working with them in a guided way. And I have to say, it was just a great experience because students were engaging with the meta-literacy ideas. It seemed to really resonate with them. So it's one thing to theorize about things, but then to have students really think about their roles, for example, and think about their own, the roles that they really identify with, and then those that might be new to them. That seemed to be guiding them through this class where they were also being reflective about their learning. They were thinking about these 4 learning domains, which they may have experience with, but they never really had a chance to really think about what is an effective response to such controversial issues. And then ultimately, they were producers of information who created really their own digital artifacts at the end. So they were really using the technology in a positive way to grapple with these challenging issues and to do it in a collaborative space with other students. So that's just one example.
Thank you so much. I would like to go over to questions from the chat. We have one question which Ms. Jacobson already tried to answer. Do you think that the meta-literacy goals are integrated in the curricula of universities and libraries? So maybe we can just go into this question.
Do you want to start with that one, Trudy?
Sure. So as I wrote, I think that there's probably parts that are incorporated into different courses, different programs, but I don't think that it's being done as a whole entity. And so I think that a lot of the impact may be missing because of this. I know Tom and I have written for administrators, trying to encourage them to think about this. And I see, Fabian, you've asked, what can we do to improve the incorporation of the goals? And I think it's challenging. I think making more people aware of this framework and what meta-literacy can do. Right now, Tom and I are working on a book on meta-learner as producer, and in a couple of the chapters that I'm writing, one of them really shows meta-literacy to be a really good scaffolding for open pedagogy. And so that would be maybe one way, if people are really using this open educational practices, open pedagogy, bringing in meta-literacy as scaffolding for their students. And a second chapter that I'm doing, it talks about how meta-literacy can be used in conjunction with teaching for critical thinking, a growth mindset, and digital citizenship. So I think that linking it to things that are already being taught in the curriculum might be a way to help address this.
And someone just wrote in the chat too, the focus on critical thinking, which has been really central to this idea as well. And I agree with everything that Trudy said. And in terms of the original question, I agree too that I think there are elements of this. I think that actually critical thinking comes up a lot in course descriptions and learning outcomes. But I think that some of these other aspects that we're talking about related to metacognitive learning, for example, it's certainly embedded in a lot of courses. A lot of educators build that into their courses, but I'm not sure if it's as sort of widespread as it could be. You know, for us, this idea, going back to even to the original definition of it, it's this idea of reflecting on your thinking, but also that self-regulation piece that Flavel originally talked about, so that it really is empowering because learners are in control of their own learning. So I think that more of those kinds of activities could be developed, and I think written in more formal ways into outcomes and into sort of overall program descriptions. I think that some of these other aspects too, I think that what we're seeing and especially with the recent COVID crisis and the way that everyone had to move online so quickly. So some institutions that have expertise in online, such as Empire State College, for example, it wasn't that much of a stretch for us to move everything online, but other educators and institutions really struggled with that. And I think it showed that there are some real gaps, not only at the institutional level, but even in terms of the access level that students have access to, and how can they effectively learn in this environment if they're not that familiar with it? And that's true for faculty. It's also true for students who may not have that ready access. And in other times, students we know may be early adopters and at the forefront of using the latest technology, but may not go deep enough in terms of asking those evaluative, critical type questions. So I do think it raises all kinds of issues in terms of how do we, embed this in as many opportunities in higher education as possible. Clearly, we have a strong grounding for that in information literacy, because a lot of those outcomes are certainly built into higher education in K through 12, but much more work needs to be done in terms of how we've been trying to expand the idea, and even how information literacy itself, the definitions of that continue to expand and grow.
Thank you so much. We also had discussion about how to promote this critical thinking and to motivate the learners to think critically on our last conference. And this is a very interesting topic, I guess. We have also another question about if there are any cultural dimensions of metaliteracy. So does literacy also depend on one's culture?
That's a really fascinating question, and I think requires sort of much more investigation in terms of what that even means. I think that there's a universal understanding of literacy, and we discussed that in one of the slides, about really being about reading and writing as sort of like the baseline understanding. But then with in information literacy, we talked about a really strong emphasis on search and retrieval, but obviously it's more than that, because it has critical thinking, and it was always about students using those skills in some ways that are useful to them. For a long time, it was very much about writing academic type papers, but there was also always a focus on lifelong learning. So with meta-literacy, we were also trying to really expand that, add much more focus on metacognition, add much more of an emphasis on trying to foreground the technology issues, which again, depending on sort of where you are in the world, may be a challenge too, because of digital access issues. So I think it's a fascinating question that definitely requires further investigation. Trudy, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I've been thinking about it. That's why I asked that follow-up question, Joachim. I think that there's parts of meta-literacy that may resonate more in some cultures perhaps than others. Some evaluation of information, there may be traditions where that is not as foregrounded as much. But as Tom says, I think this is something that really deserves more inquiry.
So I would really like to thank you for your talk and for the time in this discussion round, and for everybody who is interested in discuss this topic a little bit more, you can go to our website and discuss in the comments. And is there anything else you might want to talk about, or
I just want to thank you, Daphne. You've been so wonderful through this whole process. And I'm so glad that we're at this conference. I'm really enjoying the dialogue and the format and being able to review the presentations in advance. One last thing I'll say, we did make a lot of links to the different resources we've been developing, and we've really focused on openness and this idea of really trying to make these open educational resources. So we really invite everyone to explore those resources, to adapt them for your own purposes, and to ask us if you have any follow-up questions. Trudi?
Yeah, I'm finding it fascinating the way the different topics that have been discussed so far in the conference really intersect in interesting ways. And I see that Thomas has asked a question about, does the competent use of AI tools blend into the meta-literacy scheme? I think that there is some overlap there, and I think it shows that all these different aspects are vitally interconnected and also vitally important in the world that we find ourselves today.
And if I could just respond to that question too, I think it's critically important for students to ask those kinds of critical questions, especially about the kind of algorithm world that they're living in. And that's one of the reasons we cited the Project Information Literacy Algorithm Report, which I would encourage everyone to check out. It's just an excellent research study that was done. And in the post-truth MOOC, we do have this whole module where students are challenged to think about this idea of how do you build trust in an online world where there's misinformation, disinformation, and these algorithms are really presenting you with the information that you want to see, and perhaps limiting your scope of influence and perspective. So I think that building that into our teaching and learning practices is critical. In fact, what's interesting about the Project Information Literacy Report, the algorithm report, is that in their study, they found that students have not run into these questions about algorithms much in the classroom, but they've learned about it through peers and their own experience. So it seems to me that there's a huge gap there and a huge opening and opportunity for educators to examine these issues, especially the thoughtful way that our colleagues in the earlier presentation did as well. So I think there's many opportunities for this, and look forward to seeing how this develops.
Thank you so much, and I will make the resources, I will make them available through our website so everybody can check on them. Yeah, thank you so much. And I think I will hand over to Joachim to end the conference for today. Thank you so much.
You are now unmuted.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. That's one of the great things of the internet. One can always learn in direct communication or by using artifacts. And Mr. Mackey and Ms. Jacobson, thank you very much. I was a learner in one of your MOOCs, and I guess you're one of the big disseminators of information literacy worldwide. Therefore, my question also with regard to cultural aspects, but we can only come up with so much on a specific conference. And I think today we had very, I guess an intensive debate and knowledge presentation of knowledge. I guess Professor Rivano Eckerdal started with the wider societal context of information literacy. This is now totally wrong, but I think of it as the question of what is the mission of information literacy? Where's the line between this is a pure, neutral, non-normative capability people should have, or one of the participants posed a statement that information literacy goes even beyond the micro level. It is something that even groups or institutions possess. Then we moved on. The next topic was strongly connected with the question how to use or actually employ technology for purposes to foster competencies, learning, literacies. And I was totally impressed because it was so illustrative. And the question was, I have some experience in the field of computer-supported collaborative learning, which goes way back, but there's really new perspective with regard to, how can we think about AI and how to actually structure then or bring this knowledge or our conceptual ideas in real life teaching or education. Very impressive. And with regard to meta-literacy, I have to say, maybe the other speakers here can make their own statements, but I did never have much scrutiny with this concept because it comes so naturally to me. It may not be perfect, but it really is covers many facets and aspects of the field. And it is not only a kind of categorization scheme, but you really bring it to the people. And that is a very, very good thing. I'm very happy today. I wish we had a bit more bigger audience, but maybe, we all is online. Maybe the people will come afterwards. I don't know. Nevertheless, I guess, in my opinion, we have a very fruitful discussion. I read it on Reddit, the web page. Not too bad. Too long ago. A topic on was mentioned dignified debates. And I guess today we really had a very dignified debate. So much from my perspective. Thank you. We see each other tomorrow. Daphne, would you like to introduce what we do tomorrow?
Yeah, so tomorrow we will have some more interesting talks on, for example, the post-truth era, and meta-literacy, media literacy and information literacy as self-disruption, and another workshop about intercultural aspects of information literacy. And I hope we will see us all there tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European summertime. Thank you.
You are now unmuted.
Thomas, Elke, do you want to say something? Okay.
Well, it was a very nice afternoon, very interesting, and definitely, when you said we will make the conference online, I was a little bit shocked, and it's great. So I feel much better. Daphne, you did a really good job. I think this is the moment to say this. Yeah, thank you very much that what you did for all of us, and thank you very much all the speakers and the commentators. I really enjoyed the time with you, and I'm happy to see you again tomorrow.
Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
See you.